I'm here. Hello. Hello. Oh my god. I can't believe we're here. Yes, I can. I can't believe the runaround I did with the copyright stuff. It works. I can't believe it works. I was like, what if I go a touch further and see if I can upload it to YouTube, but privated, just to see what I could do. And it works. It works there too. They don't even know. They don't even know. They're so silly. I'm being so sneaky and they don't even know. What am I doing? Ah. Reunited at Lost. I definitely unmuted it. Oh, it was just silent. Which I do find more ominous, so I like that. God, it's so red. Voiced? Voiced? God, his head. I thought that it would be fitting to wear my normal outfit. Just this once. The end of an era and all that. Alright, here's to you too.
Words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you.
The end of an era.
What of him? Golbez.
I don't remember what happened to him.
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Ajdaya, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
I was like, nah.
That shall not be necessary.
Even if I did, I would keep the
By
outfit the
his
same.
deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
I do need an outfit
So,
for...
What will you do now?
I was going to say Endwalker, but it's Dawn Trail now. I do need an outfit for that, eventually.
I've learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone.
A new pair of gloves, exactly.
Together with Golbez, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
Be sure to share with Golbez what you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark. He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes. Ah, speaking of which...
What are you doing?
From ocean rise and cloud bank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Come forth, my servant.
Okay. And what if she just killed Zero? Like, okay, we've had this little moment, but I'm done. Wow, that's a interesting looking blob. Oh, it's her thing. The thing that she drew as a kid.
I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before.
Is she evil? What? What's going on?
Are we clear?
Okay. What? I'm so confused.
Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before. This
It was a
should keep the
magical girl?
familiar
I
safe.
didn't see that.
So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
So, I feel like I need to bring this up now. Because I've been thinking about it for a little bit, but sometimes I feel like the writing can be a bit too dry. Like I get what they're going for, but sometimes the writing is so, it's kind of flat, like when a character is like trying to convey something, and it's not even just the voicing. It's just like the way it's written is, I feel like this might be a translation thing, or maybe it's just written that way. I don't know, but sometimes I feel like it's just trying to, it's like describing what the character's doing and not really telling me in terms of like the way that they're saying it. You know what I mean? And I feel like a lot of the effect can get a bit lost. Like, there's a lot of moments in the game where something really crazy is happening, or a character's having this big revelation moment for themselves, but it just comes across a bit flat. Like, it's written a bit too, like, academic, if that's the right way to say it. Like, it feels like I'm reading an academic journal of someone experiencing a thing, like, after the fact, like someone is documenting it, kind of, and not like a personal sort of emotion of them doing it. I don't know. That probably sounded very messy, but it just, sometimes it feels really sterile instead of emotive. That's what I'm getting at. That's what this whole lead around was for. Yeah, it can be a bit hit and miss. Sometimes they do it really well. Sometimes like the moments really, really hit, and when those happen, I'm like, yes. And sometimes I'm like, what? Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest because I've been like thinking about it a lot recently, and I'm like, this is, it's not just me, is
Already
it?
we find ourselves with a new ally. Thank you. When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Sharlayan. The first and on the moon. A lengthy list. A gift for Reen, in return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus.
Reen!
If used to augment darkness in the first, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
An excellent idea. Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure.
And admonish him. Let's not forget he still gets punishment. Oh, I miss her wearing this outfit. I love the Lady 4 one, but I do miss my look. It is my look, after all. It's my girly. You hear that? That's a connection noise. What? Am I getting a text? It's so faint. I hear, okay. I mean, I'm sure I'll see you again at some point. Unless you die. Unless you die, then I won't see you. But I think the 13th is in good hands. I think you're a fitting leader for the 13th. You're very dark energy, but also you've learned friendship, so you're good. That'd be
Come
great.
what may, we will see it restored. And
do miss
should
your
we need
outfit,
a
though.
helping hand, I hope we can count on you once more.
Bye! If we finish early, I might do that Final Fantasy 14 art. I've got so many arts to finish. I need to stop making more art because I need to finish my other commissions. I think tomorrow might be a commission finishing.
Sad though it is
I'll just
to
wake
say
up early in the
farewell,
morning and start doing
Tis
that.
past time we returned home. Pray, climb upon my back.
Okay. Right. Bye. Wait, that was me yelling at her. I was yelling at myself for some reason. Look at me.
Till we meet again.
Bye. Forever. Or whenever we do meet again. Who knows when that is. What a random expansion. End of expansion? What a random patch. I thought this was going to lead into the next one, but...
No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure. This I believe.
I don't remember the Warriors of Darkness stuff at all. All I remember was the Cocolamoco stuff, and everything before that, I don't remember. I just remember the main Heaven's Word, and everything after. Confusing. We'll call it a filler arc, but it's obviously set up for another expansion. I don't remember it. The only post-expansion arcs I remember clearly are the Realm Reborn one. I remember that's still one of my favorite parts of the game, like without a doubt, for sure. No matter what's happened, still one of my favorite moments. And the post Stormblood ones. I'll say what I will about Stormblood, but I feel like the post Stormblood patches were really, really, really good. I really like them. I like that the Tsukihime ones were so intertwined. It was like Tsukihime and a little bit of Fordola, wasn't it? They were very intertwined with what was happening in the main expansion, so it felt like it fit really well. I don't know, it felt like it made a lot of sense. And then there's obviously the lead up to Shadowbringers, which is, again, one of my favorite moments of the game. Absolute favorite. I feel like I just love moments in the game where you get ripped away from whatever's happening and you're shoved into a new expansion. Like Realm Reborn, when all of our friends died and everyone was like, you're the villain, and we were on the run and we had to go into the next expansion to like get out of the first one. I found that really fun. And then Shadowbringers, when they just throw you into another world. That was also really fun. That was like, it's like you can't go back. Like, you can go back technically, but in the story you can't go back, you know? In the story, you're donezo. My sister wants to order pizza. It does. It forces you to make new foundations, and that's definitely one of my favorite parts of Shadowbringers. I kind of am hoping that we do something like that in Dawn Trail. I actually don't know what's going to happen in Dawn Trail. I was not really looking at any of the trailers or anything really about it, so I don't know what we're doing. I'm kind of hoping that, I was thinking about ordering pizza for the last 2-3 hours. My sister really wants to order it. I was like, no, I'm not hungry. I was like, oh. I said maybe later. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping that we get tossed into like a whole new kind of situation. And I don't know. It's just kind of that sort of thing. That'd be fun. Living way. How did I do these guys? Flutter. Welcome back, everyone.
While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Through it, we could observe you locked in furious battle with Zeromus. By the time it closed up, we had seen your victory. Well done, by the way. But we still couldn't breathe easy until we knew for certain that you were safe and sound. And here you are. Thank heavens. Here I hope Astasia is safe too. And Zero?
In a word, yes. Though we could not return Astasia to her original form, Ritra granted her a new vessel using one of his eyes. Her circumstances are unique, but it nevertheless gives me hope that there may be a way to save other Voidsent. As for Zero, she has chosen to remain in her world and do what she can to restore it.
Ah, so the light of hope shines again amidst the darkness. Perhaps our research into environments capable of supporting life would be of use in the 13th. Oh-ho! Now there's a thought. A day may come when the people of the Source and the 13th work hand in hand. In anticipation of this, we must accumulate even more useful technology.
I don't remember how they sound.
But don't let us detain you with our cavalcade of brilliant ideas. We'll see that the gate is closed and the seal deactivated, so go home, get some rest. That includes you, Urianje.
As doth commands. Okay, I'm not reading. I'm so done. It would seem Ritra is preparing to depart. Oh fuck, I did not mean to skip that one though. I was just done reading Urianje's dialogue. Upon arriving in Galamald, 'twould be meet to inform Julius of our mission's outcome. Let us seek him out at Tertium. I'm gonna rip out your vocal cords one of these days. I swear to God, just speak differently. Ugh. Tertium, where is that? Oh, it's the thingies. The train place. My babies. Okay. Euless.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right?
And he's voiced. Let's go. Well, we went on the moon, we defeated Golbas, and everything's great. Also, your bestie's not coming back.
So you were able to rescue Ashdaya. Thank the 12.
Oh, it was this Jaya. Oops. I forgot.
Channeling light from the first was rather ingenious. It may fall short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book.
You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell.
Zero sends her thanks. Thoughts and prayers.
Thanks for what? I don't recall doing anything in particular for her. On the contrary, she's the one who risked life and limb.
Silly Euless. He does not realize the Apple memes that have expanded from that. What was it? No, it wasn't the apple, it was the bread, wasn't it? The bread thingy that he gave her.
Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here. As the days roll on, things will change for the both of us. But some things will remain as they are. As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade. And I will never forget her.
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald to show her.
Yes, work your butt off. Make this place shiny
Indeed.
and nice.
And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino. Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Khan, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement. That Garleans might take the lead?
No, that's not what I meant at all.
Okay. I can't understand rambling. You need to translate.
Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper rest. That's what I wanted to say on everyone's behalf.
Oh, they're telling us you guys need to go on vacation. And then we do.
You've done so much for us already.
Alphino?
Toiled beside us in the cold for
Oh,
far longer than anyone could ask.
I didn't look at the dialogue. I thought Alphino was speaking because their voices sounded so similar to me for a second. I was like, Alphino? Are you telepathically telepathizing it? What the heck?
You've earned a reprieve 100 times over. So go on. Step away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd choose somewhere warm.
Interesting. I wonder if we will go somewhere warm and beachy.
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
Alyssa's like, wow, I can't believe they want to get rid of me.
Far be it from us to go against such a heartfelt request. Though I would be lying were I to say matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
We could take a leaf out of Zero's book and roam about for a while.
Yeah, go traveling.
Maybe
See the world.
visit nations who share little history with Garlemald. Look for opportunities to foster future relations.
Oh my god.
We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
They don't understand what vacation is.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alize.
He's just like, no, I meant go on holiday. Go to the beach. They're like, yes, we should foster relations on the beach.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and meaningful.
If it's settled, then let's return to Sharlayan and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans?
They're all workaholics. Everyone here is.
We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
Wait a minute, Fortuneau is the... I'm getting him mixed up. I'm getting him mixed up with the good dad, aren't
And
I?
it seems we are all bound for Sharlayan. Upon arriving, let us seek out Atheles at the rostra and have her notify father.
That's the bad one. Alright. We... This is like when someone doesn't quite leave the party, slowly cleaning up and helping at the end, but you just want to relax and not do anything, so you have to like politely ask them to leave. No, it actually is. Like, just go. We want to just not be doing any more work for a second. But like they're breathing down your neck and you're like, oh my God. I would seem really lazy if I just stopped working. So if you leave, then I can, you know, go on my phone and just chill for a bit.
This way. I like Charlene. Oh, they've changed their outfits. Lay on you the signs of the Seven Dawn, or were rather, I guess. Yep. An audience with Lord Forshno. You're in luck. The forum has just had this moment adjourned, and he is still inside. Please wait here.
Oh, fuck.
Apologies to have kept you. I trust you won't object if Skolak Montishine also attends. My incorrigible children, will you not assist in Yagalamal's reconstruction?
Our hosts were most insistent that we take a rest, so here we are. But more importantly, Coco has news that she would share with you. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
So the threat has passed. These are glad tidings indeed. Punishing light from the first technological triumph that could have ended in catastrophe. Let us not dwell on the hypotheticals. It's done. Like the ether from the Isle of Ham, you employed the light for peaceful, albeit unanticipated purposes. Knowledge exists to serve the greater good, as my father was fond of saying. I am inclined to agree in this instance. It has been established this world ending crisis in the reflections are connected to calamities in the source. As such, the strides you made in understanding the nature of and affecting a change in a reflection may one day prove vital for mankind's preservation. The Forum will be eager to review your accounts thoroughly, for every drop of water serves to swell the great river of knowledge.
These old people, I can't.
Might we prevail upon you to prepare a comprehensive report, Y'shtola, on the subjects of the Void and the Cross-Rift travel both?
It would be my pleasure.
We will share these tidings with those who aided you, Kokol, Dankol, not least of all who? Now, if you'll excuse us, we should be on our way. I shall be glad to speak with you both later.
Coco Dankle. Explosions, man. I do not remember.
Growing light.
That must be the last one. Maybe? Or this is the end of this patch, maybe. With that, our obligations here are concluded. Oh, Nidhana. What news from Fafnir? They've returned then. Wonderful. Rest assured, all is well with us too. Is that so? We would be honored, of course. I shall relay this to the others. A great feast will be held in Razatan to celebrate Azdaya's homecoming. We've all been invited. I'm afraid my sister and I must decline. We've only just returned home. To leave again so soon would be inconsiderate to our parents. They've been inconsiderate to you guys enough. I think they'll be able to last for a bit. Or not. Whatever. That's fine. With regret, I too must excuse myself from attendance. A prior commitment requireth that I remain in Charlayan for a time. Let not our absence deter you, however. Pray enjoy yourselves to the fullest. I don't have any plans, so I guess we'll come. I may as well visit the Radiant Host while I'm there. How about you, Coco? When do I ever have plans? What plans do I ever have except for you guys yanking me around? I have a delivery to make? I don't have a delivery. I'm gonna go. What delivery? That's the spirit. Ah, what about the Memoria crystal? 'Twould be remiss of us to not deliver it promptly to our friends in the first. Oh, right. I forgot about that. That's why they said I had a delivery.
Whoopsies!
Also, if they are to transfer light and dark between worlds, they will need command over the Crystal Tower. In which case, I shall give you my spirit vessel to take again. When you arrive in the Crystarium, the sentry at the tower should be able to round up everyone for you. Whenever they do that passing motion and they're like 5 feet apart. Once you have seen to matters there, come and join us in Megaduta. Give everyone our regards, you hear?
I won't. Why should I? Maybe you should just join and do that yourself.
Making me do all this work. Oh, it's my favorite hour.
When it's like golden and it's like the sun setting and everything just looks really orange.
I got a new planner. Because my other planner is like reached the end. It ends at like June. My new planner is going to come in next week. And it's Aries themed. And it happens to be orange. It's orange and it's Aries. I'm excited. It's got a big ram. Big fluffy ram in the front. I get so excited getting a new planner. What? Oh. Why is it cheaper to travel to a different world than it is to go around here? I don't get it. I don't understand. Welcome back. Yes, I want to go see Reem. Lena's here too.
Ah, yes. The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day is won, and the danger past.
They got the VAs.
Yes. Yes.
Hearing the tidings lifted a great weight from my shoulders. Never before had I taken on such a monumental request.
Small though it was, we are glad to have played a role in saving the Exarch's home. And yours. Furthermore, the endeavor served to reaffirm the bond between the peoples of Norvrant. Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
She's so cute. I'm like, what were you saying? Wait a minute. Ah.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within. Using darkness from the void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done.
Oh, right. That was the plan, wasn't it? We were gonna, like, put a bit of darkness.
Though night has returned to our world, darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety. Do you still have that spirit vessel with you? If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy. Thank you. While I make no promises at this stage, I shall rigorously explore the possibility.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself. Knowing Zero is out there,
I'm
doing
gonna
her
become a
utmost to
gardener.
restore her own world, it inspires me to redouble my efforts.
Yes, I got a new lemon plant. I think I'll start
There you
growing
are.
that. Gaia. What? Gaia's
I
here.
waited and waited, but you never came. What have you been doing here?
Her face always surprises me so much. Her lips are so big. Like, it always takes me out.
Oh. Do I know you?
Huh? What do you mean, do you know me? You've lost your memory again. No. Oh, I should. That's so sad. You lost
Oh,
your
I'm just
memory
teasing.
again.
I wouldn't forget you in a hurry. I'm still keeping my diary, adding new memories to it every day.
Wait, what the fuck? Did she sound American?
Not only that, Gaia's writing a story too. I can't wait for it to become a book.
What was that voice? Wait. I've never heard her voice before. She's never had a voice before because she was never a character in like one of the main story moments. Wait. Did she have an American accent? Is a Valigal voice like canon for her? Because that sounded very American. Like a mix.
Enough
She
about
barely
that.
had voice lines.
What were you talking about?
She had like one voice line, and it was during a fight.
Harnessing darkness from the void. Now there's an idea.
She sounded American for like a split second. Not here.
Of
but
course,
before.
if you're dealing with darkness, Marine alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
I'm suspicious. Would you show up if you didn't do her storyline? She gets voices, but Nero just stands silently in cutscenes. Nero! Nero! Where... Okay, That's what we're missing. That's what we're missing. We're missing Nero. We're missing Nero and Sid, but mostly Nero. I miss him so much. It was a mighty struggle, but I had faith that you would be victorious in the end. And I doubt that the people of Novrent will cheer when they learn that the Warrior of Darkness managed to save her home. I doubt not. They definitely will cheer, for sure. I know you are a busy woman, so do not let us keep you. Rest assured, we will continue the work we have begun.
No. If I had Gaia's help, I wonder if I could take in the darkness the same way Zero took in light. Then my outfit would be black and I'd be goth too. Come speak with Reen, have you? Well, don't keep her for too long. I was planning a trip to Ilmeg, but knowing how devious a favor can be, I asked her to join me. I also wouldn't mind visiting Amaro someday. It's been on my mind as of late, and it would be kind of interesting to see where those two lived in the time of the ancients, if only for once. Isn't Amaro? Amaro's like a big bustling place. Wait. No, it's not. Amaro is the... I was getting that confused with the desert, weird housewoman constantly place. Yeah, you should definitely visit Amaro. Yeah, for sure. I like going there too. Oh, why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Why must everything drain me? And it's raining. Well, great luck. Mekaduta. Mr. Zamoko, yes. Isai. Oh my god. It's a Lao skewer. Who just hands a skewer to someone? Like a stranger? Who does that? I guess they're not strangers, are they?
It cannot be.
Is he okay?
Oh, Vashan.
He looked in a mirror.
My darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
The way you carry on, anyone would think he was actually your brother. Save your tears now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes. And he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel. You'll see Varshan again. Never fear.
As if he died.
Truly. But will it be the little one?
Will it be the little one? Ah!
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure and has superior functionality besides.
He just wants his little bro. He's like,
ugh. I don't care about such things.
I don't care about that. I want my little bro.
My little brother is little and adorable.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
Oh. Everyone's wasted. I better leave. Did she drug them? I know that's not what the implication is, but it feels that way. Don't tell on me.
Had enough of the revelry, have you?
Stinky. Have you let your hair down? No, you haven't.
So,
That's a new outfit.
what's next for our
Is it?
hero?
Actually, maybe it's not. I feel like I can never tell when someone changes their outfit.
No need to decide just yet.
No, that's definitely a new
You'll
outfit.
recall our escapades in the void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for.
Let your hair
You
down.
can't force an adventure.
Please.
It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right.
I like how we're talking from across the room.
Till then,
just
it's
yell.
good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others,
All three of us are talking from across the room. Can
Discussing
we just,
each other's
huddle up a
plans,
bit?
are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be. But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the first is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity.
They're all drama kids. They're all yelling across the room in
And
dramatic
what of you,
fashion.
Estinian? Have you any plans?
They need like arm length room so they can like spin around and everything. And whoa. God damn it. This dramatic ass bitch. He's like hiding in the bushes, like trying to act like he's not there.
He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
I'm surprised he stuck around for a whole expansion, to be honest. It's not like him. Justinian is like, he's like the girl from Vampire Night. He's like Yuki from Vampire Night. Anytime she's near a window, she's hopping out of it. He's just like her. Oh, his sister is so tiny. She scream. She tiny scream. When your Nuna is tiny. I wonder if she has like a human form. 'Twas a lively feast, was it not? And it impressed upon me once again how dear Vritra is to his people. Midgard Soma still sleeping. Wah, Midgard Soma! I miss him. As much as I would like to linger, 'tis past my bedtime. If you mean to depart as well, I suggest you call in Vritra before setting out. Before I forget, thank you for everything we learned and for everything we accomplished. I couldn't be more grateful. Till next time, take care.
Bye.
Forever. Okay, we... Back to Megadoo. What are you wearing? It's pouring out here. You're gonna freeze to death. Oh, he's tiny.
He's a little tiny version.
Coco, I hope you enjoyed the festivities. To be able to celebrate Asdaya's, I keep forgetting, Asdaya's return with everyone was moving beyond words. Lest you wonder, I have chosen to use this vessel for now, the better to escort my sister about Razat Han. He's having a tiny little vessel with a teeny little dragon. Look at her little pointies. The little pointies. Oh my god. I just remembered in the new expansion, they're gonna put in the thing where if you talk to an NPC, like a quest giver, it deletes the other players around you. Which will be really funny. This leaves my true form without an eye, but I do anticipate having need of it in the immediate future. Long have I dreamed of showing Asdaya my beautiful city, glittering jewel born of unity. I shall relish every moment of it. Now then, I believe both Y'shtola and Estinian have embarked on their respective journeys. Have you yourself business anywhere? If not, you are welcome to remain here as long as you like. Should aught of import arise, we will inform you. But until such a day arrives, I bid you take your ease. I like him better tiny. I think he's cute. I would like his big boy form more if the outfit sort of matched a bit. But his head just feels too small for his body. And I know that's normal proportions.
Everything appears to be in order.
Because I'm so used to seeing his head so big. I'm used to the anime proportions and I see him like tiny.
Finished at last.
What has she been doing this whole time?
So time-consuming. How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks?
You'll be deleted a lot, Coco, for when you're G-posing.
Now then,
I will.
Let's have a look at you.
I will be. That's a fancy-looking envelope.
Quite old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully.
That just reminded me, for my new art venture, I want to get a bunch of water-based grey markers so I can start digging into monochromatic. Oh.
Addressed to grandfather. And come all the way from Tuliolal. From a Gulu... someone.
What? Grandfather?
Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible. Come on, give me something.
Who's grandfather?
A commission to investigate the Golden City in Tural.
Why does this feel like a Tomb Raider thing?
How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records. Something else in here. What an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder?
They're definitely saying things. I don't know what they're saying, but they're saying things.
Oh, did you go there, grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural.
This just feels like a Tomb Raider quest. The Golden City in Tural. Or like Uncharted. The Golden City. A boat. A boat for me. Is that the rabbit boy? I saw his backpack. Yes. Aaronville!
Back again already, after making a show of leaving.
He's so cute. He's so pretty.
Well, this is it, Charlene. Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes?
Tuliolal? That's where we're going, I think. Never mind. Okay, mysterious person.
Let's go and find your candidate. Our adventurer friend.
Is it me? Am I the adventurer friend? He's always carrying his entire life on his back. And it's raining. Why is Dante here? What's Dante doing here? And he's carrying his disembodied legs with him. Ah, Coco. One of my clerks was here with a message for you. Students of Valdesian request your presence in Charlayan at your earliest convenience. Indebted as I am to our friends, I had hoped that I too might be of service, but it is you alone they require. If you have no pressing business, pray make your way to Valdesian Annex at once. Ojika awaits your arrival. Who is Ojika? In the meantime, I shall continue showing Asjaya to the city, from notable landmarks to the people's lives. There is still much and more for her to see. Farewell for now, my friend. I look forward to the day we set forth on another adventure together. We're not seeing each other for like 5 more years at least. 5 more real life years. Really, we're not gonna see you again. Oh, this person would have made God so much to hang out with Asdaya. That's cute. He was like, here, you guys can play together. Alright, we'll go to Charlene and it's not gonna be raining anymore. Right? It was sunny in the cutscene, right? Hey! It was daytime in the cutscene, but I'll just pretend it was time differences in traveling. Okay, Valdesian Annex. Oops. Why have I been summoned? Oh, it's weird not seeing her with her hood. Wah! Ahem. Forgive us for sending you for you so soon after your trial to the void. Now that we aren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Erenville. He stopped by recently, you see, and he asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. I imagine you're as surprised as we are, given that he was supposed to be away on a long expedition. Something must have necessitated a change in his plans. All he would tell me is that there is someone whom he wishes Coco to meet. He also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the studio. Shall we look for him there? Well, I'm going, so you guys can come with me, I guess. Let's go. Oh, that's right there. I could have just walked. Anyway, I've teleported. I'm here before you guys. Where's Erenville? There he is! Seeing the doors open in like an actual cutscene is so funny. Like they're so big for no reason.
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important.
Everything.
I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
It's so weird hearing him after watching Bridgerton season 3 and hearing him as Anthony. Oh my god. I'm just seeing... Oh my god. He only showed up in scenes to be spicy with Kate, and that was it. That was his whole role in that season. He showed up to be spicy, and I just skip all of his scenes because, like, I could not. He's definitely fun as a character in season 3 because, oh my god, season 2 was annoying. Season 2, he was so annoying. His drama driving me insane. But I just pieced like his voice with Anthony, and now I'm like, I'm just seeing Anthony. I'm sorry, Graha.
The new world. Tural.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to
Imagine
introduce...
Graha instead. That's even worse.
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
Who? Where? You walked here alone.
But it seems you've lost her.
You literally walked up to us alone.
Did she wander off?
I like his backpack too. It reminds me a bit of Tressa.
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us.
Is that,
This is her. The adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain she's no ordinary woman.
Her voice.
I'm Cocolamoco, claimant to the throne of Tulihuela.
What? You're queen?
Tulihuela.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
Oh, these are so cute together.
I want you to come with me to my homeland.
I love how she's just this big axe-wielding lady, and then he's just like this tiny little bunny boy twink with a giant-ass backpack. Like, I feel like I want to see their adventures. I want to see what they're getting up to. Her eyes are so big. Oh my god, she's like an actual cat talking to me, a fake
Given
cat.
the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course.
She's cute. I like her.
Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The Rite of Succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning. I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
Erenville! Oh, stop it! Oh my god!
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was. And
He's
so I told
so
her.
cute!
Much more elegantly, I might add.
I love him so much. He's actually my favorite.
Now you know why. You'll come to Tural,
He's
yes?
not, but he's really cute.
Wait, let's all just slow down. Cocolamoco, was it? You claim to be of the royal family.
The way he said
But
that
is
name.
it not the Mamulja who rule in
I
Tural?
feel like that's not how you say it. Cocolamoco.
Tulihuela is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulja, as some across the seas are quick to assume. That said, its present ruler is a Mamulja, and one blessed with two heads besides. He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
Obviously.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Hardly.
Oh
I
my
know little
God!
about your land, and nothing about your parentage.
She almost swatted him off the screen!
But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met.
He almost died!
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me.
Emmett Selk's gun? Nah, that's whatever. Cocolamoco's hand? That's gonna kill this cat boy. Oh my god. The force in that action.
No, this is only a rumor. But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valyarmanda. Tell me that doesn't pique your interest.
I love her face. Like, it's so cute. She's like a little cat. She's like an actual cat.
Golden City? I've heard about this.
So the tales have reached even these shores. I can't help but feel proud.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
These two are so cute!
Tuliolal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions.
I feel like we're sorely lacking in himbo girl and twink guy that is absolutely fed up with himbo girl. But they still hang out together because they're great friends. It reminds me a little bit of Ida and Cocolamoco. Like, it's not the same dynamic, but it's how I always headcanon them, where it's like himbo girl who foils tiny twink. I mean, he's not a twink, but tiny nerd evil guys kind of like things. We did have another pair, but that ended tragically in a patch. Wait, did we? No girl.
What was the other one? Oh no!
Urian J. Yeah, but the thing about Urian J is I never really got as much from him in those like scenes because he had his stupid mask on. But I guess they were the equivalent. Oh, I miss Mombrita. And you do this. But now you do, and it's extra tragic. No. The thing is, Mombrita wasn't really a himbo though. She was also a nerd. She was just a very buff nerd. This girl though, she gives me full himbo vibes.
So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
He gives me Ito vibes. I love them. I'm actually so excited to get more of them. I'm so excited to have an expansion with those two. Assuming that we'll focus on them at all. Maybe they'll just hang out for a bit and split away from us. Dante! Oh my gosh, it's Dante again.
The game is afoot. Afoot.
Oops! Ah! Okay, let's just lower that. Okay, turn that off.
The chance to see not only Tural, but the fabled Golden City besides. This is the stuff of grand adventures, my friend. Oh, which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There is still a great deal we do not know. So let us begin to rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. I'm not certain
what might be a suitable location for her hunt, however. I forget what voices we gave Erenville and... I don't know. I don't know. Where's my list? I used to have a list. I don't have it. I don't have a list. Fuck. Alright. Digging through. You know what? I'm just gonna go with my heart. When I was at the guild earlier, I learned about a petition from researchers in the Isle of Harm. You went there not long ago and called some unruly fauna, of course. But according to recent reports, other ordinarily docile fauna have grown savage. It's believed that they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. Part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition. The isle isn't far, and we would be helping those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Tyrol. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have the chance to get acquainted. She's so silly. Is this like the new Dawn Trail music? It sounds new. And before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions. My apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray go on ahead to the Isle. I will join you as soon as possible. We haven't gotten any Tataru time yet. Not for a while. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, it should be simple enough to secure a vessel. That was definitely Dawn Trail music, wasn't it? Dante, you're still here. Oh my god, and the mob. And a painter. Let's get out of here. Is that the Fall Guy shirt? Maybe.
Oh, it's my studious outfit.
It's time to put on my loungewear. Me in my lounge outfit. Because we're on adventure. With my red panda. Oops. Adventure almost ended too soon. I'm just closing some stuff because I'm noticing that actually on stream, it's very choppy. And it should not be. Because it's very smooth for me. I'm so curious how the new expansion is gonna run, because there's gonna be a whole graphics overhaul, and it did run fine on the benchmark for me, but I'm wondering how it'll run on stream. I guess we have to wait to find out. Oh. Huh. Actually, to fit the vibe more, technically... Where is it? Wait, what have I done? technically that fits more.
Feels like we're matching, kinda. This is like the real adventure.
So we have to take a ship? Ugh, I barely set foot on dry land. Oh well. I suppose it's for a good cause. A hunt. Come on, let's get going.
Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. There you go.
Will be required to participate in battle? We're just going on a ship!
Enter this battles associated with other quests. Okay.
Okay.
From here, we must walk.
He's so cute.
So much ice. It rivals even Yogg-Tural.
Yogg-Tural. I thought that place was supposed to be like
white bear. I wonder what it tastes like.
Oh, girl.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
Don't go eating bear.
I know. I know.
Do not eat bear.
So
It's
this
so
is the
pretty.
isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Why don't we just use that ether?
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
As residents never been
You
here
really
before.
are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
Ona.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos,
I don't
however.
look forward to that at all.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
Right? She's nerding out, but also kind of not nerding out. She's doing it in a
This
not nerdy
brother of
way.
yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kona's my second older brother, and until recently, he was a student in this city. He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
Is it bad that I just want to pet her?
He went to the studio.
She just
Your
looks
brother
like
must
a
be
big
quite a scholar.
cat.
But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see. One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can.
I like this group. I hope that the group in Dawn Trail is going to be like nice and small and concise like this. I feel like it's more fun that way.
The
when it's a
researchers
small
should be
group.
just ahead.
Okay.
There. The building to the northeast.
So, ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right, let's hunt our fill.
Wait, what class is she? Oh, she's just a straight up warrior. Okay. Oops. Yeah, that makes sense.
Look! Someone's in trouble!
A little sheep!
Taste my axe!
Not a little sheep!
These animals are usually so docile.
Let's just turn that down a bit. You're welcome. Oh. So, for inattention. Thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the one who answered our petition. Wait, aren't you? You're Coco, the adventurer who saved our star. What, that meeting was under better conditions. I was conducting a routine inspection when suddenly I found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm. The docile animals have grown aggressive.
You really are famous.
I know.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
I don't like when they restrict me like this. I want to run around. I want to run in circles while they talk.
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
Ooh.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
Yeah, I don't think Aaronville's fighting. I didn't notice he was, at least. I love that he does wear that giant bag. Is that connected to his outfit, or how does he get that on? I want it. The adventure come to answer my petition, I presume. We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skills here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island. The animals beyond this gate are worst affected. Your task is to quell any threats you find. Search for traces of the beast responsible for all of this. If you should find anything at all, we would be most grateful if you would share it with us.
I'll handle this.
Okay. I'll help too. Yeah, he's just standing there.
Hold still.
Oh, she really did. Okay.
Is that all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
Oh, I'll go look at their dung.
These claw marks. I've seen their like before.
Struck down defending its territory.
It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
I love how she's just speaking over Aaronville every single time. This feels really accurate. Blue here somewhere. Ah, plumage. What's this? Feathers, sign of a fierce struggle.
Feathers? But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
Good question.
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
You presume it's even safe to eat?
The maggots! Think of the maggots. Focus, we've no time for picking flowers, but they're plants. Okay, you know what I've got in my head? Alright, hear me out, right? Limbo. Mozu. Right?
Still fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Do you suppose they're upset we disturbed their home?
Oh, man.
Who knows? But if they're spoiling for a fight, then they've got one.
Let's head back and report what we found.
All the way back. That's so far. That's so far. Oh, unless they just mean to these guys.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey.
What?
Ah! What is that thing?
It just picked it up.
What is that thing? What is that thing?
I don't like that. Stop it. Mimic. Mimic.
It speaks?
It mimic. It's weird fighting a monster that speaks back.
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
No, fight with us, Aaronville.
Come, Cocolamoco.
She's enthralled.
Right.
Or scared. Or spooked. Maybe just weirded out. How do we get up? Oh. That just goes down. Wait, where did it go? Oh, it came over here. Well, that's convenient. It came to the battle arena.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Uh-huh.
Forgive me, but I failed to see a difference.
I'm sorry, but I don't really care.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Stop it.
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
Damn. She is like Ito.
Talk all you like, bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you.
I'm going to have the last laugh!
Stop it! Stop talking to it, please. I hate mimics.
Ah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Stop talking to him!
Shut up already! Shut up already!
Oh my god.
Look out!
Ah!
I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
Not good. Quickly, gather together.
Okay. You didn't gather together, guys. God.
I've got you.
Yeah. Oh!
That was too close.
Steady now.
Fuck. Ow! Raha, heal me. Please.
Damn it.
Spread out, everyone!
Ow!
You pay for that.
Oh no, not this again. I hate how on the controller that one uses R3. Once again, the worst thing to use. Oops. No! Yeah, like, anytime they assume R3 to an important thing, it's like, don't do that. Why would you do that? That's the worst idea you
Talk
could
how
ever
you
have.
like, bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you. Ah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Shut up already! Shut up already!
Look out! I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
We have normal colibri? Maybe they're doing
Not good.
animal testing.
Quickly,
oh,
gather
guys,
together.
please. Iki.
I've got you.
It's a minion. Pull us out of the goop. Sticky.
That was too close.
Steady now.
Oops.
Spread out, everyone!
Ow.
You pay for that.
Oh, here we go. so much easier.
Thank you.
Girl, get out of that. Thank you. Oh my god. Stressing me out. After all that effort, she like ran right into it.
I would have words.
Oh my god. I can hit the wings? I didn't know that.
That was hardly a tickle.
Destroy the wings! Oh my god, I hate it. Stop it. Stop it.
Try this.
It doesn't even know what it's saying. I just hate it. It's creepy. Like, that's what I hate more. You know, it's just repeating noises. It's not even saying it. Ugh.
We have you now, you loudmouth bastard!
Throw everything you have at it.
That was... Oh well.
And I had barely limbered up.
Deserved. Endangered species for a reason. Oh, she's freaking out. You did it. You did
He
it.
was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Oh, he's hyping her up. He's like, come on, Coco. You gotta hype her up.
Only to be expected.
She is just like Ito.
You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt.
Girly.
What a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Dirty tricks, dirty tricks.
Stop it. Stop doing that.
Dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Her mouth.
Leave this to me.
Huh? Kryl? She's got her paints out.
Have at you.
Kryl.
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety.
Is her outfit
It
different?
was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
Erenville doesn't fight, but we get Kryl instead. Her outfit is different.
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you.
She always had that earring. That also looks a bit different.
In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Cocolamoco. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
She's probably spending so much money on those paints. They're so expensive.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
Maybe the pen is mightier than the
I'm glad to have
sword.
been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It
What if
was
she
the
can't
same when you
draw?
set forth for Ultima Thule.
What if she can't actually
How
draw?
it pained me to stay behind again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft.
To learn how to paint.
Well, I what?
As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute.
Oh, it's got like a little handle.
And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer. With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy.
Pictomancy.
As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Really, you were never with in the first place.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuliolal.
Tuliolal. You said that in such a...
It was addressed to my
British way.
grandfather Galuf, and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Galul?
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
They forgot to put her on the Endwalker poster?
While much of it isn't legible,
She not
it
on?
appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this.
Ah.
Given how culturally diverse Tuliolal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, he would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuliolal.
So it was her grandfather.
I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there.
This is exciting.
In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, Learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
That's... What if it's not safe to
We're
eat?
eating that.
She's just like Lady 5. And next we'll be looking for squid. For giant squid.
Oh. Thanks to Cocolamoco, now we know who sent the letter to grandfather, among other things. But many questions still remain.
Maybe I want to design like a Pictomancer outfit. Or maybe I'll just wear my chill outfit. I definitely want to draw Coco as a Pictomancer. I understand Kryl's feelings all too well. The desire to do one's part. It can be daunting to try and keep up. But nothing will change unless we take the first step.
Ah, what an exciting hunt that was. And now it's time to savor the reward.
With the wildlife pacified and the researchers safe, our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of the Calibri meat. For better or for worse, there's really only one place we can take it to, in Charlene. The Lost Stand. They're gonna be like, what is this? We're not gonna touch this stuff. We're gonna lose our ratings. Come, let us see what Dickon can cook up for us. He has a backpack, and I have a red panda. Hey! Oh, there's multiple characters with them. A single cup of tea, the empty cup, on this giant table. That's not the quest. Why did I go there? I'm so sure. I just realized, how do I make you bigger? Ah. I just realized how tiny these were for everyone else. Now that I'm on the new screen. Well, now there's a famished face if I've ever seen one. What can I get you, Coco? A bird meat on the hunt, you say? Leave it to me. I have just the recipe. New dish I recently learned from some sailors. And for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear? Alright, make sure to clean the meat and super clean it and douse it with acid and everything.
Come, come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together.
Oh my god.
I'd heard that Charlayan cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
The way it like disappeared as she ate it, I didn't think it would. Is that naan?
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
Does he have a delicate
Oh,
tongue?
come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
He's got a baby tongue. He's just like sleepy. Is it? Oh. Is she okay?
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveler ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
Oh, who could that have been?
So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Charlian.
Is this what Ollie was saying about, like, Indian spices and Korean spices being next level.
It's nothing. I can't handle.
No, her little eyes. Yeah, you eat that meat. Oh my god. She makes
Your
it look so
boorish
tasty.
manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
Aaronville. He's such a
I swear,
precious
sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
She said.
Would I be correct in
If you have
assuming
nothing
you've
nice
known
to
each other
say,
for a long time?
then don't say anything at all.
I thick as thieves since we were little.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
We're not friends. We're enemies, actually.
I see. I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead. Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long. The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace. But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
A man who is too ambitious by half. Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war. I can't allow it. No matter what, I must win this contest.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
I mean, we'll just go hang out, you know? We don't have to do anything.
It's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tulihualal?
I mean, I guess. Sure.
You don't need to decide right this moment.
Oh, I mean, I'm down.
But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you.
I'll give you like a week. Exactly. Exactly a week.
One more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna get that pizza. I've literally got nothing better to do. Whether Cocolamoco has the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say. But I do know that she deeply cares for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Now then, it's past time I reported our mission success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have her royal meal. I shall come by the annex later. Till then. You guys are besties. Don't even try and hide it. Acting like this is such a tedious ordeal.
The coming dawn. Ooh.
Well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Cocolamoco's situation. Still, you've afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Tural? Numenon is bound to have some information on the continent.
I just think burying myself in books will make me sleepy.
We're talking about mysterious lands and unknown wonders here. I'm confident we'll find reports so thrilling as to drive any thoughts of napping from your mind. Come, my friend, let us be off to the archives. Okay. I'll do it for you. A corgi? I didn't know yet that corgi's face is kind of terrifying. Not gonna lie. The face is terrifying, but the way the body is, it's so corgi-like. Alright, let's... So I have pre-ordered the game, by the way, but I haven't gotten my earrings yet. Is that not something that you get yet, or is that after the expansion finally comes out?
That kind of thing. Splish splash.
Actually, can we have a little mini break? A teeny mini break. You have yours? You put the code in Mog Station? I didn't do that. Wait a minute. I did not do that. I just assumed it was gonna work. Hold up. It's like, wait, that's working. Where is it? Where's the code? Your bonus code.
Oh, there it is.
And then I go into Mog Station. Okay.
Order bonus code. There. Whee! Alright, that should probably activate in a bit. Yeah, can we take a little break? Because I'm assuming that after this, I might switch to a bit of art, regardless of like how much time we have left. But I am getting a bit peckish. I won't take too long. I just want to get a drink and eat up some food. Yeah, mini break. Mini break. It's your stream. I like to be courteous. And pretend that I'm giving you guys a decision when actually there is never a decision. There never is a decision. But I like to pretend that there is. I feel like it makes people feel better when they think that there's a choice. It's fucked up. Anyway. Here, you can sit down there, Kameda. Now's not your time.
have returned. I've got some tea. Let's finish this. Oh my god. Ugh. Why am I on Novice Network? I wish to leave. I don't want to be there. Ever. They just like yap, yap, yap constantly. And like it just auto puts me on it. Like, let me leave. Blue covered book. This is giving me back to my 999 roots. Going to libraries, reading books. The origins of blue magic can be traced back to the esoteric practices of the Wallaki, a tribe in the distant continent of Tural. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they've learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the cerulean deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Wallaki's art and make the animal's powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it Blue Magic. Oh, blue magic came from them? The reason I chose this color, as you will have doubtless gleaned, is for the significance it holds to the Wallaki. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. And that's the last time we'll ever hear about Blue Mage. Hope you took plenty of notes. I hope you took a picture of that bit of dialogue, because you'll never see it again. Unblemished book. Cuisine! Eorzean cuisine, a history. It is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of that land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Tural. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, even ubiquitous popotos, these crops and more that regularly grace Eorzean dining tables trace their origins to the New World, as the place is known to most. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Astral Era, when a Laminstan sailor named Ketenram successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to travel at the theretofore unknown continent. Ketenram spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamulja. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with permission to roam freely. Ketenram would return to Tural several times, but during his first expedition, he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsa Laminsa. The most notable of these was the popoto, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value sought quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. This is where we got popotos. Produce was far from the only bounty of Ketenram's expeditions to Tural. Many tantalizing recipes, such as the bean-filled burrito and gripping legends of that of the Golden City, reached our shores by way of his ship. To those outside the Ketenram circle, Tural largely remains shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. Oh, I do love learning about other cultures' dishes. I feel like that's the best way to learn about like a time period or a place, like what food they ate. Flora and fauna. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife. The continent Tyrrell is no exception. Yet while some of her creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. What a name, Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species as described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca, accustomed to Tyrrell's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Their soft white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. Wyver, this ferocious scalekin, is native to the dense jungles of Tyrrell. The Mamulja have succeeded in taming them and utilize their prodigious strength for manual labor. Given their immense size and power, it should come as no surprise the wyver is also employed as a siege beast. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Valagrimonda. Tyrrelli folklore holds this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts, the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. Secret bird creature. Definitely nailed that. Absolutely how you pronounce that bird. Leatherbound book. I do love my leatherbound books. Lines in the Sand. The Geopolitics of Heidelin. Ugh. I picked the most boring book. Let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents of Tyrrell. The former stretches from east to west and lies entirely within the Northern Hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both Northern and Southern Hemispheres, and the difference immediately presents itself in its form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east to west, but harsher when moving north to south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Allegans, who rose to power in Aldenard before advancing east into Islabad. Their movements would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Tyrrell waged war with one another for generations, stymied by climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, while those that thrived in open plains could not pierce dense jungle. Such was the way of it, until the leader of the Mamulja succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and the reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it is a testament to the Orthodox greatness. Having perused a wide selection of books, we figured things out. Now we're going to talk to the Catboy to piece it all together. Please enlighten us. I like reading about food. It's very people level versus like, military, yeah, exactly. I feel like I get more of a feel of like what people were like versus this is the big great war that happened and these were the ruling class and blah blah blah. I just don't care. But when I was learning linguistics and we were studying recipe books from like the Middle Ages and just recipe books from different cultures around the world, that was interesting. That was the first time I was ever that interested in history. And it was more about like language differences over time, but you got more of a feel for how people spoke and how people interacted with each other from like the way that they talked. Scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Tyrrell, I dare say, You found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there.
And my poor girl is falling asleep now.
Oops! I did not mean to click.
Aww.
Now then, I'm quite keen to hear your honest impressions. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine. See? Great minds. I was pleasantly surprised to find references to Tural within. Among them, did anything in particular pique your interest?
Popoto! I have a newfound appreciation for Popoto.
As have I. Despite having just enjoyed a hearty meal, I found myself craving Popotos. As they keep well, they were a boon to sailors, and it was the same property that allowed them to survive the voyage to Eorzea. The book also mentioned a method of preservation which sees Popotos repeatedly frozen and dried. The resultant product was apparently used in a stew by people in mountainous regions. I should like to sample that dish one day. That and all the unique cuisines of that vast continent.
Ooh. I do like my food preservation methods, especially to make a stew.
But moving on, did you perchance learn aught about the fauna of Tural? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you.
I learned about... Oh no, it's not that one. I learned about alpacas. They're soft and cute and fluffy.
Ah yes, the alpacas. In addition to serving as beasts of burden, they provide clothing for people by way of their lush fleece. They are especially prized by mountain tribes, who hold certain rare specimens sacred. I thought I heard familiar voices.
Oh, it's the babies.
Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, well, have some research of your own, do you? Aye, we hope to arm ourselves with knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Having forged a new trade agreement with the Radzat Han, they will next look to foster relations with other nations. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with one another.
Can't we just go on an adventure? Why do you guys have to make this so boring?
What of the two of you? What endeavor brings you here this day?
We're sitting so far apart. Oh, we learn about food and about alpacas and about popotos.
A nation composed of the disparate peoples of Tural. I dare say, this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We would do well to read up on Tuliolul ourselves. The contest. Is Coco the only one allowed to help work Lamart? There was no mention of such restrictions, as I recall. On the contrary, work Lamart gave us the impression that she could have several champions. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. Alice, wait! Oh my god. It would seem our plans have changed, if you will excuse me.
Well, now we know they're definitely joining us.
They never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex.
Indeed. Why did it get so gloomy? I feel like Charlane's always gloomy for me. Just like outside, where's the sun gone?
He's got a tail? Is that like a monkey tail? Is he a monkey? I know less about FF9? 8? I get 9 and 8 mixed up all the time. I know less about that one than I thought. I know less about FF9 than I thought.
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story.
Well, we barely learned anything, so...
What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Wurklamat's request?
Are you joking?
I never say no to new adventures.
Politics, schmolitics. I'm in here for the food.
Ha! I thought you might say that.
Uh-huh.
With an intrepid attitude such as yours, I believe all shall be well. Be it the contest
fine.
or something else, there will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination. But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not? Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenon. The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think.
Oh, shut up. Don't just
It's enough
insert
to
that
stir
in
me to the
anything.
core.
Don't just insert that into anything. What?
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea. I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
Ah, the cloudy sea. So enthralled. What are you doing there? Why are you so weird, Thancred? Oh my god. Just say hi. Stop being weird. He's in his weird dad arc. Welcome back, Coco.
Yep. Please fetch everyone.
This must be it, surely.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
I made it up the second you asked me.
I wish to boldly go where I've never gone before.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you?
No.
Alphino, Alize! What are you two doing here?
We happened to cross paths at Numenon earlier, you see, and I told them about Wooklamat.
Alright, this is a perfect sized team.
And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who are sneaking after Erenville as toads.
Yep, that's them. They're toad twins.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that.
He's perfect. He's actually
First
perfect.
impressions last.
"'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alize."
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers, and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
Come on, Erenville. Come on.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry too much.
You have
I'll be
nothing to
fine.
worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora.
Is it a map? Wait, is he? Oh my god. We're clearing the clouds?
There. This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loporrits. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
Oh. It's like a tinier version of the big map. I thought it was like that section was just Tural, but it's the entire map just tinified. It's such a pixely map. He couldn't afford the big one. He's just a poor and in-depth student.
Oh, we did it! Woo!
Whoops. Oh my gosh. I just flicked my fork off.
Yay!
Is that new art? He looks older in that. Or more round. Can't tell. He looks kind of funny. Like, okay, this is an art thing, but it's because the, oops, didn't mean to do that. It's because, I missed it, but, what do they call the connection points between one line and another? It's because it, like with Alizé, it's two different points where this goes up and that goes around. With him, the point where his head reached his face was connected almost perfectly, so it looked a bit funky. Everyone looks slightly different. Is that just me? Am I going crazy? Everyone looks slightly different. Like their faces look different. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, I'm not critiquing it, it's just everyone looks different. She also looks different. Everyone looks different. We're serving that art, you're right. Let down your hair! Let down your hair! Estanian, please! He looks different too! Everyone's faces look slightly different. Even him! I feel like I'm going crazy. I can't tell if he looks younger or older in this. I'm going crazy. I'm being gaslit by myself. I feel like it's a different artist. I thought they usually have the same... Have they just switched the artist? I swear the artist has been doing like these expansions since Realm Reborn. The art styles look the same. It's just this one. Tatara, where were you? Where were you? You're not even in this! Why are you here? She's gone. But also, Selene, if you're still here, I read what you said. I fucking love Cocolamoco. She's so fun. Her energy, the second she got on screen, I was sold immediately. I was ready to be like, oh, he actually looks good in this. I like him here. And Erenville, I love their dynamic together. They're so fun together. Like, I'm really looking forward to hanging out with them. The only thing is, I'm kind of hoping that our team in Dawn Trail is going to be quite small and concise. I'm really hoping that it's going to be mostly Erenville, Cocolamoco, and maybe the twins on occasion. Braha, because he's going to be there. Kryle, because she seems quite important in this. And I guess Thancred is here too. What's Thancred doing? He's just like sneaking around in the bushes. Like, hee 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 hee. Some people were saying that, like, okay, well, some people were saying that, like, this is gonna be the expansion for Kryle and Thancred, but I don't know how he fits into this. Like, I'm very curious how that fits in. Let's go. Wowee, all those people involved in this. That was pretty crazy. Okay. Give me my prize. Lest you wonder about your passage to Tural, Erenville will arrange a ship through his guild. Now, I'm not sure what departure will be. Rest assured, it'll probably be in a week. Knapsack. It's the knapsack! Flint. Flint. Meanwhile, what is going on? Is this gonna be Thancred being sneaky again? Oh, no.
When does the next ship set sail?
It's him. Is he stowing away with us?
May I ask your destination?
He just fucked up by himself. Just to stow away with us? Yeah,
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
To Tamal?
To rule? What? I forgot the name of it already. He's had enough group traveling. Me, when I'm with an entire group and I grab one person, I'm like, let's just go. Let's just do something.
What are you doing? What's he doing? None of these people were invited. None of y'all were invited. Oh, look, Thancred's gonna be like, hee 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 hee. I know where the Warrior of Light's going.
I see
Let's
you've
go
made up your
chase
mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Hello, Spooty.
You're here right at the end of this patch.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound.
Thither bound.
Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
God, this man.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
What? With who?
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
I'm happy that Asinian's gonna be jumping around.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
These two.
You know what? Let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
I quite like this arrangement. I quite like that we're in our little tiny little group with Kryle and Graha, the twins, and Erenville and Cocolamoco. I like how we're in our little adventuring group helping Cocolamoco with her fight for the throne. And then you've got Astinian doing his own thing, but he's also traveling in our continent. And then we've got Thancred and... Not me forgetting Urianje's name. We got Thancred and Urianje doing their own thing. I like that a lot more. It's kind of similar to how it worked in Shadowbringers, where we were there by... Well, a little bit different because we were there by ourselves and we just ran into everyone. Or we were trying to find everyone. And they'd already gotten up to their own kind of shit. Forgetting Urianger's name when he's on screen. Anyway. Yeah, but I think that's really fun. Graha's staying at Charlene. Oh, okay. Yeah, a smaller team then.
This will be a mission to remember.
What are you doing? That is blurry. I can't even read that. He's so short.
Come, my friend. We make for Taral.
He is stepping on his tippy toes to even reach Urianger's shoulder. How did I never notice how short he was? I never noticed that they never touched each other before. The animations have improved so much. Ever since that Asahi cutscene where he was like getting up in our face and like being all weird, I feel like the animations have just skyrocketed since.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
Why are you speaking to me?
The fabled golden cities of the New World.
That's the one that we're going to now. Emmett. Emmett.
I'm doing this for you. We could have traveled anywhere together.
Weigh anchor now, the tide is high, the dawn of new adventure nigh. Row forth to break horizon's bond and tread the gilded path beyond.
It's gilded as gold, and we're also breaking dawn. We're trailing it.
Yay, we did it!
And the sun came out! The fog cleared! Just like the adventure. Okay, wait, we gotta do this. Oh my god, shut up. Okay, wait. Wait. I'm gonna keep that on forever. Ah! My pizza came. I will be right back. I have returned. Oh my gosh. Okay. My Switch controller. What's that about the wait, okay, wait, before we do anything. Oh my god, it's my favorite hour of the day! Perfect time to pose. How do I put this on? Oh. Ah! I'm gonna wear this forever. Oh, I lost the sunset hour. I'm ready for adventure. Wait. My chef's outfit. I'm ready for adventure. Into the sun. I'm definitely picking up the painter class. Don't even worry about it. That's gonna happen. Adventure Codex. What are you talking about? Where's that? Unending Codex. Collection. Oh. There's an Emmet? Wait, was there not an Emmet entry before? Man whose true name was Hades, mighty sorcerer of Eld, who became Solus Zos Galvus, founding father of the Gallian Empire, who threatened the world as the most dangerous of foes, who stood at your side as the most defendable of friends. An ancient who clove to his ideals to the bitter end, a man who rendered up his all for the people he loved. A man who once lived. Why would they do this to me? He did live. He did live. Why did Thancred just go? I will say, I kind of wish that his portrait in this was the more modern day Emmet, because that's the one that makes my heart wrench. The man who once lived. I miss him. I miss him. The soulless one, yeah. Yeah. Okay. You know what we haven't done? I haven't read the Endwalker stories. You know, like the Shadowbringer ones? I didn't read the Endwalker ones. And I know that there's some... I think it's story time. Whoops. Oh my gosh. If my PC does not explode. Okay, let me find a seat to sit on. Look at my little backpack! Ah! They're long as hell. I know! That's why I love them. I remember having so much fun reading the Shadowbringer ones. I'm stalling out not to do art to jump right to Drakengard. I mean, I can art while I do Drakengard. Kyle, what are you doing here? Look at her hiding in the trees. Okay, I know that there was a bench around here somewhere. Alright, you know what? Fine. No bench for us. We sit on the grass. That's because you need to explore more. You need to take the Coco approach. let me change my thing. We are reading. And I need to find these. What are they under again? Endwalker. Stories? Tales from the Dawn. That was it. Okay. We need to get the proper atmosphere. What's a good somber soundtrack for this? I like Drakengard. And Nier is always pretty somber. I mean, I guess we could also just put the Endwalker soundtrack. I guess that's also an option. Didn't even think of that. Read the first story. There we go. Read the first story. The Encore one. Oh! Yeah, that's the new one. Okay, so we'll start with Friendship of Record, and we're gonna end on Encore. That one's gonna be special. And it's also the last one on the list, so. Let's put in my chill music. Do that. Alright, a Friendship of Record. Oh, you can change Warrior of Light male and Warrior of Light female? What? That must be a new thing. In a quiet corner of Amarot, the bustling metropolis at the heart of civilization. Lower. Sat a vault known as I'm gonna actually make this text bigger. Anamnesis Anida. Within its expansive walls, not only were creation concepts catalogued, but every known natural law and phenomenon was documented in exhausting detail. In short, it held the sum of mankind's accumulated wisdom. As vast as this collection was, it required the oversight of no few curators, whose responsibility it was to categorize, and subsequently organize, the ever-increasing number of papers, crystals, and other record-keeping mediums. Such duties demanded an unrivaled breadth and depth of knowledge, and thus, for those who valued scholarly achievement, an appointment to Anida Archivist was considered an honor, a great honor indeed. While others poured their passion into new concepts and creations, the man remained fascinated by the study of extant reality. He would ponder what made a stone, the properties which defined its existence. He was of the firm belief that one could solve the mysteries of one's surrounds, indeed of the star itself, by understanding the fundamental building blocks from which they were formed. When time permitted, the man would step away from his meticulous archiving to peruse the works on the shelves, referencing their ideas to flesh out his own hypothesis. There was little he enjoyed more, likening the process to a tree gaining rings with age, or layers of sediment building up over the eons. One fateful day, the man was summoned by the chief archivist to attend the needs of the visiting academic, a rather distinguished one at that. Over the last few centuries, this influential figure had produced striking results in the field of organic research, and her assertion that organisms were simply another form of matter was one which intersected neatly with his personal theories. Thus, it was that bookish man, unable to deny his interest and finding no valid reason to refuse, agreed to assist the academic in her pursuit of reference materials. Who's this academic then? At the appointed hour, he took himself to the anteroom, which abutted the entrance hall. A woman's voice, vibrant and clear, answered his polite knock. Pushing open the heavy door, he beheld the scholar standing alone, garbed in the same black robes and white half-mask worn by the majority of the citizenry, himself included. As he entered the chamber, however, she swept back her hood and slipped off her mask with smooth, unhurried motions. "Oh! I am Vinat. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The archivist was stunned. With the exception of circumstances where identification was mandated, it was inappropriate to bare one's face to anyone save intimate friends. The custom was otherwise broken only when seeking earnest counsel, entreating a mentor for aid, or making a life-changing commitment. None of which should apply to me. Regardless, it signaled her intention to engage him with candor and respect. With a deep breath, he reached for his own mask and returned the gesture. And so began a friendship that would endure until the end of their days. Oh, there's a little image of Vinat with her mask down. Vinat was cheerful, well-spoken, and undeniably brilliant. Her carefully crafted arguments drew sighs of admiration from her audience and concessions from her opponents. A rounded gemstone, without edge or flaw, refracted light rendered a soft glow. His perception would evolve years later. Vinat, having been writing furiously at one of Anida's desks, at last put her quill down. Observing this, the archivist replaced the book he had taken from a shelf and peered over her shoulder. The argument was whole and free of contradiction, no longer theory, but indisputable truth. His heart swelled with elation and relief. "It seems congratulations are in order." Vinat appeared not to have heard him. Puzzled, the archivist shifted to the side of the desk and saw the scholar transfixed by her own work. For a time, she sat perfectly still. Then, all of a sudden, she brought her hands to her mouth and smiled. So broad and heartfelt that modesty could not conceal it. Unadulterated, unabashed joy, a jubilance that sparked in her ocean-hued eyes. "I recall not when you removed your mask, but I am grateful that you did." "A miracle," Vinat muttered, as if in a trance. "Our existence is nothing short of a miracle." What an odd thing to say. Have you not just proven that life was the inevitable outcome of natural law? Yes, but it is that inevitability which amazes me so, the sublime mechanism itself. The revelation yet commanded her full attention. As he watched Vinat stare at the parchment, he felt his image of her fracture. Sharply cut facets now reflected the light which pierced intensity, all the more dazzling in her radiance. He knew in his heart that this was the Vinat she was meant to be. Bernard's perception of the world had changed, the archivist realized, as if for her the true shape of things had been brought into stark focus. I am leaving on a journey. Her entrance was unexpected, her declaration abrupt. Where will you go? Nowhere, she replied. Everywhere. The star has so much to share with us. Whispered wisdom to which I would hearken. Untold experiences I yearn to feel. Mysteries and wonder I must understand. Then you had best get started, he said, knowing full well that she needed no encouragement. But do take care. In lieu of a farewell, Vinat graced him with another joyous smile. Her rope twirled around her feet as she turned and strode from the echoing vault. He watched, waited until the distant door had swung closed behind her, then returned to his labors. Looking over the documents with a practiced eye, he quickly determined the first item's rightful place. He reached for another, then another, carrying out his tasks with quiet efficiency. Yet his mind wandered. What will she seek when she returns? I must be ready. The time he had set aside for his own academic pursuits was gradually consumed by the study of subjects outside his field of expertise, a diversion he found strangely rewarding. When Vinat did interrupt her travels to return to Anida, it was always without warning. Sometimes months would pass, and on occasion years, before she appeared again, seeking to deepen her knowledge on this or that matter. As she enthusiastically regaled him with her adventures, he was struck by how different this Vinat was from the brilliant, yet rather more subdued scholar he had met once upon a time. Crystal bathed in light, so blinding in her delight she outshone the very stars. Her discoveries astonished him, as did her daring deeds that allowed her to make them. He in turn astonished her, producing the resources she required ere she had finished describing her query. Vinat's standing in society too began to change. In recognition of her work, she was elevated to a seat on the convocation, to the office of Azim. As well she should. The mantle of traveler suits her well. Despite their history, a well-deserved new status demanded all the more respect and distance. When next she appeared, however, the ceremony with which he presented her documents did not sit well with his esteemed visitor. Must I suffer this exhausting pomp from you as well? She asked, her brow creasing in annoyance. Am I to speak with Azim as if she were my study partner? He retorted. You represent our highest authority now. You must accept the trappings with which it comes. Oh, but she's changed. She's grown so much, and he can't treat her the same. They're no longer study buddies. Vinat went on to embrace her duties, accomplishing all manner of notable deeds in her time as Azim. When she caught word of a settlement beset by rampaging wildlife, she tracked the creatures to their lair and identified the cause of their hostility. When a citizen feared for a colleague yet to return from an expedition, she braved precipitous mountain peaks to find him, toppled a towering creation born from a child's errant imagination, weeded out poisonous plants that had infested a farmer's crops, and when a matter required greater intervention, she brought it before the convocation of 14, with a solution she herself provided. Astride her golden familiar, she journeyed without cease across land and sea and sky. Thus, when Vinat announced her decision to relinquish her office, it was that much more unexpected. A jest, surely. Yet she spoke in glowing terms of her chosen successor, a fascinating woman she had met on her travels. Yet you would surrender the seat of Azim with so much left undone? The archivist asked, still reeling at the implications. A true traveler has no need of a title, Vinat said, and my replacement would benefit greatly from the opportunities granted by the appointment. The journey is different for each who undertake it, even following the same route and visiting the same destinations. She will have different thoughts and experiences. She will make her own discoveries and observe that which I fail to perceive. Though she spoke of a successor, hers were not the words of one preparing to return to the stars. Not yet, please, not yet. Having attained the apex of their personal truth, no small number of his Anida colleagues had gone to their rest amidst a shower of praise and accolades. Oh, he doesn't want to be left alone. But the archivist felt no pressing desire to join them, rather the opposite. For there was but one purpose he considered worthy of fulfillment: to keep watch as this incandescent jewel walked her path, and bear witness when she arrived at its terminus. Bernard stepped down from the seat of Azim to don the white robes of a neutral advisor. The man, meanwhile, stepped up to assume the role of chief archivist. And so, it was when the final days were upon them. Anamnesis, Anida, would serve as headquarters for Venat and her loyal followers. The final days brought fire and ruin until Zodiac put an end to the calamity. His devotees then resolved to sow new life, a bounty of souls to take the place of their sacrificed brethren. In time, they would reap this crop, and by rendering it unto their god, would the lost be returned, and the world restored to the paradise it was and ever should have been. Venat, along with the archivists and their like-minded companions, objected to this undertaking. A future, they believed, must not bear the cost for saving the past. Only in accepting pain and loss, by learning from the mistakes of yesterday, could they greet the morrow. Power such as Zodiac possessed was anathema to the progress of man. What? Anathema to the progress of man. What does that mean? Lint, what does that mean? Venat's faction thus resolved to manifest an entity capable of shackling that power. To have any chance at defeating the nigh omnipotent Zodiac, however, sacrifice must be absolute. Not even their souls would remain. In the evening, after this consensus had been reached, the archivist approached his friend. "Venat, please," he wavered. "Why must it be you?" Hydaelyn, as the entity would be known, required more than the collective souls to manifest. She needed a heart. Venat was the obvious choice, though some believed that their leader should be spared. To carry on the cause in the event their efforts ended in failure. But as Venat explained her reasons, he knew that she would not be swayed. "Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world," she said. "The form I shall take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed." She stood before him in silence, and he knew he would never forget how the light caught the tears in her eyes she dared not let fall. "It is I who shall miss you." He had thought only of her sacrifice, and naught of the pain his own passing might cause. What is a candle to the sun? And yet, unable to find the words, the archivist retreated into ritual. He held out a crystal, as he had countless times before, upon which was stored the last chapter of cosmological wisdom Venat had sought. Though she had spoken of its importance, he suspected she withheld the entire truth. Of her glimpse into the future, he had offered precious little. "What we anticipate and what comes to pass need not be the same," she had once said. "It's best we work towards the greatest good, without foreknowledge which might cloud our judgment." The rounded gemstone before life and revelation shaped her into so much more. "The change in you has been miraculous," he began, choosing his words carefully. "The change in myself almost equally so. A small sample size, perhaps, but if all mankind can grow in similar fashion, then I fear not for our future. Prove my theory, Venat. Prove it was worth the sacrifice." His challenge hung in the air between them for an age. Venat sighed, a small smile playing about her lips as she accepted the crystal. The archivist grinned. don't know who's reading this, so I'm just gonna. I regret only that I cannot see it through at your side. If you are to be her heart, then I would be her eyes. I would watch, unblinking, until the very end. If only he would fade into oblivion, and that would be his end, but his challenge would endure. May it bring you joy and solace on the long road ahead, and at your journey's end, I pray you look upon our fellow man and know that they shall carry on in our stead. Aww. I hate when stories are like, don't worry, you can go on ahead. I'll just stay here and I'll help out. But then it follows up with a line that's like, but alas, they were unable to, as they met a fate most cruel, much too soon. It's like, he didn't even get to do anything. And that's the end of that story. I'm running to the grocery store and have you on like in the background like a podcast. Well, I hope the trip to the grocery store goes well. That's like the thing that gets me so bad about the Ancients. They're doomed. I know, it's like, even though he was like, I'll try my best, I'll do what I can to assist you, and it's like, but he didn't. Because no one did. Because no one survived, and the fate was not changed. Nothing was changed. No one was saved. Like, every time we learn about what happened with the Ashians and everything, and it's like, even after we told them everything we did, things still turned out exactly the same. We changed the past, and it went exactly as it did. Even after Emmett was like, I wouldn't do something so stupid, and then he did. I can't even blame him. I was farming Hades with your static on Wednesday night, and bro, I was in my feelings. Every time I do that fight, I go into my feelings. Okay, in a pursuit. Actually, can I just be a second? My tea's gotten cold. I'll just be a sec. I'll be right back. I'm also gonna grab a cup of water because I forgot that I'm reading a bunch and I probably need some water. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna change the title to Story Time, because that's what we're doing. We're not doing this anymore. We're not walking to the end, we've already walked. If you want to read in tandem, sure. When you get home, you can join me in story time. Can PNG a book on you? I can be reading Cruel Prince and you can have The Wicked King on your end. Okay. Let's turn down the music a little bit. In pursuit of knowledge. Oh! I see Kryl. If you assist us, we shall share with you all we know. So ended the letter, which... This is not a depressing story, so we're not going to play that music. There we go. Killer music. I think. That's not chill. Okay, so ended the letter with his fellow gleaner. His fellow gleaner had delivered to him in his snow-swept Ishgard. As Erenville regarded the signature of the petitioner, Kryl Baldesian, he recalled the eclectic group that had greeted him in Labyrinthos. What's your story? He was pondering the proposition in his lodgings when his link pearl rang. It was the guild's administration officer, who launched into the shocking news before Erenville had the chance to speak. There's to be a great exodus! An exodus from the very star! In frantic tones, the man relayed the details of the forum's announcement. The coming of the final days, as foretold by Hydaelyn, and the means by which they might escape. The moon. This is actually so cool. I didn't really know much about... I mean, we never really got much insight into what the normal folk were really feeling about the final days and everything. Like, what was Erenville thinking when he found out about the final days and the moon plan? The moon. I knew they were hiding something. Even as he struggled to take it all in, he felt vindicated by the revelation. Time is of the essence. Do what you must and return to Sharlayan at once. Despite his best efforts, it took Erenville a full 3 days to return his animal charges to their natural habitats, days during which he received unsettling reports of calamity and chaos in the Near East. Upon manifesting in the Sharlayan Aetheryte Plaza, he marched to the nearby Baldesian Annex, where he found Kryl in the middle of a discussion with the receptionist. Tell me the details, he said, declaring himself and his purpose in one breath. As he thrust out the letter in front of him, Kryl stared at him, dumbstruck, but quickly gathered herself and obliged. What a fantastic tale it was. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn had uncovered not only the true history of the star, but the cause of the final days, and now they sought to forestall them, that all might be saved. Erenville had always endeavored to cultivate a broader knowledge of the world, both for his work and for himself. He had, of course, heard about the Scions, their renowned champion, not least of all. That's me. He had not, however, expected to send said champion on an errand to round up new runaway marmots, nor to encounter her again shortly thereafter in the form of a toad. So this is how adventurers amuse themselves. But to now be privy to the Scions' knowledge and their purpose, he couldn't help but feel the smallness of his own. Even within the limited scope of his experiences, there seemed to be no end to the star's mysteries. Kryl's dizzying account made it plain that he hadn't even scratched the surface, and it pained him to imagine all those secrets left behind, never to see the light of day, all those stories forever untold. Tell me how I can help. The earnest plea tumbled from his mouth. Kryl's expression softened, and she proceeded to explain the role of the Scions, and what they would have the Gleaner's Guildship play in the preparations for the maiden journey of the Sharlayan's first starship. The grand plan was swiftly set into motion. Employing their vast networks, Erenville and his fellow Gleaners secured a large part of the manpower needed to enhance the vessel's ether burner. Those who answered the call assembled at Scholar's Harbour before transporting supplies to the central circuit. There, they labored under the Forum's watchful eye to complete the massive arc that would fly to the very edge of the universe. As the work entered the final stages, while the Loperit's hyperhopper was brought in, the specimens that had previously been loaded onto the ark needed to be removed. Aided by the staff of Labyrinthos, the members of the Ilzabad... Is it the Ilzabad or the Ilzabad? I feel like it's Ilzabad, actually. Members of the Ilzabad contingent, the Gleaners tended to the arduous task, bearing load after load, from Thormazion to the Archeon? Though Erenville was no stranger to heavy lifting, The sheer quantity of cargo soon left his muscles and joints screaming in protest. Oh, he's just a little twink. He's not meant for this kind of labor. He had delivered another crate to the lift and was vainly trying to stretch out the kinks in his back when a wary voice called out to him. Pardon me, old boy. The young Elizan was clad in Ishgardian mail. Who's this? And the gold trim of his collar marked him a member of House Fortoms. Yes, the smirk narrowed it down further. He was bickering with that pirate. This is Honorite? No, Honorite is a little kid. Wait. it's one of them. It's one of them. I know who he is. The smirk narrowed it down further, bickering with a pirate at the harbor like they were all lovers. I am supposed to take this package to Coco's forge. I fear I'm hopelessly lost. Would you be so kind as to direct me? Cocol, you say? In that case, you need me to. Erenville began before thinking better of it. Actually, I'll just deliver it. Truly, you are too kind. A veritable saint. My heartfelt thanks. His face beaming, the lad surrendered the package to Erenville. No sooner were his hands free than he placed them on his waist and arched backwards. Why would you take this on yourself? You are struggling as it is. Erenville felt a tinge of guilt when he gestured to the nearby mountain of crates. While I see to your package, would you mind taking care of this in my stead? Oh. Oh, that's why. The color drained from the lad's face as the enormity of his fresh burden sunk in. He slumped forward in defeat, groaning again for an altogether different reason. Fury take me! Had I known how hard this would be, I would have asked for the dragon's help. That was an option? What? The war between man and dragon had ended, Erenville knew, but had relations already become so amicable that they would labor side by side? He considered asking about it, out of a professional and personal interest, but ultimately bit his tongue. His aversion to overly familiar individuals aside, his aversion to playboys aside, there would be no future opportunities to engage with Dravanians should they fail to complete the arc. A brisk walk saw him to the forge, where enhancements were being carried out on the ether burner. The air was thick, with the clanging of hammers and the chatter of engineers, punctuated by the barked orders of Cocol Dunkel. Erenville handed the package to the first person who spared him a glance. As he watched it borne away, his eyes fell upon a yellow, bird-like creature coming from the other direction. It's Alpha! In the course of recruiting collaborators for the Great Project, Erenville had learned that it was a member of Garland Ironworks. Whatever it is. Though he had been curious to know more. He hadn't found the right moment to ask. But if not now, then when? This little image is of Alpha and Erenville and the little Omega following him around. Oh, so cute. The creature was accompanied by a Lalafelian engineer. Wedge, was it? Erenville began by exchanging casual pleasantries. Taking a hard-earned break?
No rest for the righteous, as the chief would say. The three of us are off on an errand. Wedge turned to the feathered enigma. Isn't that right, Alpha?
So that's its name. But who makes three? The diminutive beetle-like machina at Alpha's heel was an altogether different mystery. Some manner of toy? Certainly doesn't appear designed for bearing cargo. Forgive me, but I've been wondering, what is Alpha exactly?
Why, he's a member of the Ironworks.
What I meant was, what manner of creature is he?
A chocobo, of course. What else could he be?
Chocobos were a common sight across the three great continents, having been domesticated long ago. There existed several major breeds, and Erenville could readily identify all of them. Apparently not. In all his years, he had never encountered a variety like this, either in the wild or in a tome. His brow furrowed, and in response, Alpha gave Erenville an archetypical quack. He does sound like a chocobo, I suppose. Erenville conceded. He was trying to think of another question when the little machina suddenly rammed Wedge's leg, causing the engineer to jump with a start. "Ah! The chief!" he blurted out, having been painfully reminded of his responsibilities. "We need to get going, I'm afraid, but it was nice talking to you." And with that, Wedge hurried off, with Alpha flapping and the machina clanking along behind him, leaving the bewildered Erenville alone with his thoughts. As he watched the loss of Alpha's plumage disappear from sight, he found himself unsatisfied. There must be an incredible story there. There is. And it was. It couldn't be ruled out that Alpha was an undescribed species. He himself had captured more than a few in his time. There were academics who were tasked with studying, classifying, and then naming such specimens. And they could doubtless do the same for Alpha, but to what end? The science discoveries were a stark reminder that truth has never been province of a select few. Certainly not the Forum, nor was the future set in stone. As the end of the 1,000-year war between man and dragon demonstrated. Elementary and obvious conclusions, perhaps, yet they conspired to make him wax philosophical. How does one identify the unknown? And at what point does it become the known? Think. Keep thinking, and you will find your answers. Your tale. A passing engineer brushed against his shoulder, pulling Erenville out of his reverie. As the faces of those around him came into focus, he felt a newfound appreciation for their individuality. Cryptic yet colorful snatches of overhead conversations, amidst a vivid landscape that suddenly stood out in sharp relief. There's so little that I know. So much I've yet to learn. The science must triumph, and he would do his part to make it so. With one last stretch and a deep breath, he moved on. The mountain isn't going to move itself. Exactly. You gotta do it so that you can learn more. Work on the arc continued at a breakneck pace, as if the busiest months of the year had been condensed into a week. The Lopperids scrambled to and fro, picking their way between porters as they imparted their knowledge to attentive Sharlayan scholars. Careful urgency was the order of the day, and even members of the Forum could be seen moving with uncharacteristic haste as they oversaw efforts. Cokel's Forge remained a source of boisterous commotion, with its master bellowing orders in an ever hoarser voice. Ironworks engineers were present in Thormazian at all hours, toiling beside Hainish alchemists. Keeping this massive workforce fed were family members and servants and the staff of the Last Stand, who prepared meals in bulk with ingredients sourced from Mariel Argonomics and the Mitato. Or what? Nary moment passed when coffee, chai, and nutritional supplements weren't being distributed. Blankets were set aside for those who needed rest, and weary workers gently laid them over their slumbering peers. Aww. Oh, sorry, Flint. There you go. Where was I? Eventually the downpour subsided to a drizzle. The gleaners began finding themselves free. By the time Erenville had made his last delivery, more than half his colleagues were idle. Nevertheless, they remained in Labyrinthos, ready to answer the call at a moment's notice. Until one day, when the ringing of a bell echoed throughout the artificial sky. When from the scattered amplification devices, a crackling voice began to speak. Attention everyone, this is Forchno Levieux. Hands halted their work and feet froze in their tracks. As all listened intently, Forchno thanked them for their tireless labors and many sacrifices. The Ark systems were undergoing inspection, he continued, and the city held its breath, uncertain whether this announcement would be the cause for celebration or disappointment. But the vessel itself stands completed. The stars are now within our reach. Labyrinthos erupted into a chorus of cheers. Some laughed, some wept, some shook hands, while others embraced. In their shared triumph, every soul rejoiced in their own way. Erenville, for his part, only sighed in relief. To some, he may have even appeared indifferent. But the warmth that filled his breast was no less invigorating. We did it. With all his heart, he prayed that their hopes would reach the distant stars and deliver their own onto the morrow, and sometimes wishes come true. The final days came and went, and peace returned to Charlayan. On a morning much like any other, Erenville approached the Baldesian Annex. This time, however, he sought not to answer a petition, but to offer a proposal. In exchange for helping to rebuild the students of Baldesian, he would request their assistance in restoring the archives to their proper order. While he was somewhat concerned he might be dragged into troublesome Scion business once more, deep down, he almost hoped it would happen. One day, perhaps when his part in their adventures ended, he will lay to rest a long-deferred matter, that which had confronted him in his faraway home, long before he took his new name and chose to walk the Gleaner's path. This is it. This is what we're doing. With renewed purpose, he strode through the annex door to find Kryl, who again received him with a surprised look. Delight in their stories, but do not forget your own, for it is far from finished. I am so excited to get into this boy's story. I'm so excited to dig deep into this boy and figure out what's going on with him. Because there's some shit going on. Him being besties with the next in line for the throne. What's up with that, huh? He also feels very princely, you know? Like, he feels princely. He feels like a princely boy. And I'm very excited. Okay. A question of life. What? It keeps defaulting to Warrior of Light male. No. It's not me. A question of life. Few things in the world can be crueler than kind words. This is what about. Then the presumption of understanding. All will be well. Fret not. His passing weariness. I'm always willing to listen. The empty platitudes echoed in his mind. Polite dismissals wielded to render feelings insignificant. Smoothing over jagged grief, paring away thorns of anger until what remained could be molded into a socially acceptable shape. Oh, I know who this one is about. I can tell just from that little bit. I know who this one is. Sometimes he would resist, bristling at sympathetic colleagues, claw at their consoling hands as they urged him to bury his demons. But they would only look down at him, pity plain in their eyes. Like, you can tell just from this whole spiel. Tell them what they want to hear, but not what he believes. And every time, he was accepted once more, and the sacred pretense of harmony restored. But this time, I'm surely beyond acceptance. Yeah, you sure are after what you've done. Hermes stood on the prime artifice, high in the skies of Ctesis Hyperborea. That place. From the lower levels, the emergency announcement echoed faintly. Dangerous creations may be on the loose, droned the pre-recorded voice, and the facility had been placed in a state of alert. A field of dampening magic hung over its dimensionally interconnected spaces, suppressing the abilities of all present save for authorized staff. All this chaos at my whim. With a hand greatly enlarged by his transformation, Hermes reached out to the facility's Ethernet. He commanded more enclosures be thrown open, and images etched in light confirmed the result. The specimen thus released would fall upon his pursuers, whose priority was not their well-being. In their haste, they would slaughter rather than subdue, and the blood of those innocent creatures would be on his hand. The choice is mine, and mine alone. So too the blame. His heart wrenched with shame. But disadvantaged as he was in both strength and numbers, he had precious few options. Never before had he offered violent resistance to anyone, and merely anyone his pursuers were not. When man is likened to the lifeblood of the star, it is not for the role he plays in nurturing it. In this collective duty, all must flow in a single direction, and disagreements seldom depart the realm of civilized debate. Hermes was not given to asserting his beliefs, but he was about to do so with force. The prospect filled him with an indescribable dread. This is what happens when you don't speak up and then decide to just kill everyone. It's a bit extreme. The intruders were pressing ever nearer, leaving a trail of death in their wake. As he set free more hapless creations to bar their way, his thoughts drifted to one of them. Asm's familiar. Or so it had been, initially claimed. In truth, she was a traveler from the future, from a time long after civilization as Hermes knew it had ended. A person who, despite turning the Elpis flower a sorrowful hue, could continue to smile. What Hermes had glimpsed in her gentle countenance was neither kindness nor forbearance, but strength. And that strength had allowed her to overcome innumerable hardships. I must be strong too. I will be. He would confront and accept these feelings, even should they break him, even should they drive him to do the unthinkable. No matter what, Meteion, I will not turn away from the answer. What answer? He looked to his beloved creation, whose gaze took in everything and nothing, forever changed by the knowledge. He tried to take solace from the fact that she heeded his request to wait, which suggested her shared consciousness had stabilized. According to Meteion's report, there was little joy to be found in distant stars. Assuming there were beings out there who could share what gave their lives meaning, he feared the answer would be too bitter for his fellow man to swallow. That was why he needed time. The time to come to terms with the truth alone, his thoughts unclouded by well-meaning debate or pragmatic concerns for future implications. With heavy heart, sorry, I'm just reading that. With heavy heart, Hermes opened a higher clearance enclosure and unleashed the fierce. It's very hypocritical in a lot of ways, in so many ways. The creation was his last chance. If it failed, oh wait, I skipped that. Unleashed a fearsome Latin lord in concept review. It was his last chance. If it failed to hold off his pursuers, he would have no choice but to confront them himself. There could be no justifying the crime, no turning back. So be it. Better to be seen as an aberration than abide in the fiction for their sake. I sent you unto the stars. I won't let your efforts be in vain. Hermes knelt low before Meteion, but in his transformed state, he towered over her still. With enormous hands made to tame unruly beasts, the gentlest touch could nevertheless do harm. And so, he gazed into her eyes, the same striking blue as her wings, and recalled the days that had led them to this reckoning. Hermes blinked as the blurry images became the room at Anagnor. I'm trying. I really am. How long have I been asleep? He sat himself up on the sofa and was still trying to shake off the haze when Yuanthe walked in. With a pointed sigh, she explained how they had found Hermes collapsed in a corner of the garden and subsequently borne him here. He shrunk in embarrassment as the memories came flooding back. Forgive me. I may have neglected to take adequate rest. It's just, I'm so close now. I almost have the concept. Many years had passed since Hermes first conceived of a star-faring creation. An entelechy possessed of free will. Due to utter lack of precedent, however, satisfying the design criteria was a challenge indeed. Drawing upon the power... Is this the future or the past? I'm so confused. Due to the lack of precedent, blah, 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 blah. Drawing upon the power of the dynamis, it needed to be able to traverse the vast emptiness swiftly, and thence locate the communicate with other intelligent life forms. This is the past, isn't it? In pursuit of his vision, Hermes had experienced countless cycles of excitement and disappointment. But at long last, the solution had begun to take shape. Smiling wryly, Euanthe held out a basket of fruit, a not-so-subtle reminder of life's necessities.
Does this mean you finally managed to settle on an appearance?
Hermes' hand halted halfway to the proffered basket. Unlike men, who were expected to conform to established fashions, it was believed that other living beings should look unique. Add color to the star. Alas, while some, such as the incubant La Habrea, the foremost authority in the field of phantom creation, could produce beauty as concepts at will, Hermes was constantly at a loss. Aesthetics were never my forte. Its form should be as simple as its nature is complex, he began. Birds I know well. Of course, their attributes would suit the abilities it will have. But to facilitate communication with other sentient beings, it should also have the features of a man.
That's all well and good for a guiding principle. But what about the details?
Its physical characteristics, and personality, and so on and so forth. Hades hadn't considered such things, hoping in vain that his subconscious would fill in the blanks. Of course he didn't think of it. Since there was no way of knowing what qualities other life forms would favor, he could rely only on his own sensibilities. Furrowing his brow, he began rummaging through the cluttered chambers of his mind in search of potential inspiration. The invisible spark of dynamis, the universe and the stars, birds soaring in the sky. Blue. I want it to be blue, like the sky of Elpis, our portal to the cosmos beyond. The words stumbled out even as he thought them. Euanthe blinked a few times in consideration before favoring Hermes with an approving chuckle.
A fine idea.
I don't really know what to do about this creation, but, you know, like, forget about the personality and what they're made to do and everything. That's whatever. But they gotta be blue. That's the most important thing. They gotta be blue. In the days that followed, Euanthe and the other colleagues provided Hermes with design documents. He even held private lectures. Like, if Euanthe didn't even bring it up. Oh my god. This is why I gotta talk to your fellow colleagues about things. And even held private lectures for his benefit. Wow, that's nice of them. All of which helped him form a clearer image of his creation. As was his wont, it took him more time to settle on its appearance than its more practical aspects. But at long last, he succeeded in finalizing the concept. He would never forget the first time he brought her forth. The nervous anticipation as he channeled his magics. The gathering motes of light that coalesced into a brilliant storm. The moment of manifestation. Hello. The songbird was barely larger than his open palm. Her blue feathers tinged black at the tips. The threshold to the universe, as seen from a prime artifice. Already he could imagine her long tail tracing a line in the sky. Like unto a meteor. Meteon. Ah, that's where the name came from. No name could be more fitting. For to speak, it made his heart sore. So terrified he had been, he could not do her justice. But beholding the creature before him now, he knew there was nothing more beautiful in all the world. And so began their exploration of the universe. Hermes created Meteon's sisters, the Meteor. Through their shared consciousness, made them more akin to a single entity, and sent them on brief forays beyond the bounds of the star. Early results were mixed. Though Meteon did not lack the ability she needed to fulfill her purpose, she encountered one problem after another in the great expanse. But we've come so far already, and we will go further still. Hermes was conducting further test flights in Elpis twilight, when Meteon, presently in the form of a girl, in order to relay her sister's messages, cried out. He turned to see her frozen in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape. Before he had the chance to speak, she reeled as if struck by a heavy blow. It was all he could do to catch her. For a painful long while, For a painfully long while, she remained stiff as a corpse in his arms, and gave no indication that she heard his worried words. Then, all of a sudden, she awoke with a gasp of air, her body relaxing as if time flowed again. By the way she trembled, feathers standing on end, it was clear she felt intense chill. He was rubbing her shoulders to offer comfort when she wailed in frustration.
Failed again. Lost another one.
Though Hermes had expected as much, it didn't make the news any less bitter. As he struggled to console her, Meton rose to her feet and dutifully delivered the report in her halting voice. Her sister had been caught in a raging torrent of dynamis, she explained. Subsequently unmade, like so many others before. Stop sending them! As a being of dynamis, Meton could survive in most any environment by reducing her constituent ether to a bare minimum. A star may be wreathed in flame, frozen from pole to pole, or shrouded in toxic gas, but such hazards would not trouble her. Should life forms be present who found their environment excessively harsh, she would share in their sensations, but this was purely academic, for life would not flourish in such conditions in the first place. Yet by the same token, being made of dynamis rendered Meton vulnerable to its influence. Though its potential was suppressed on ether-rich Aetherius, it behaved in unexpected ways, in the void. Ways that confused and confounded her. In one sector, there was a star that could manipulate dynamis. It was capable of harboring thoughts and feelings, if not in a manner man could comprehend. In another, dynamis raged as an endless tempest. At its heart lay a great pool of ether, not unlike the ethereal sea. The intermingling of innumerable memories, giving rise to the surrounding turbulence. In her search for intelligent life, Meton relied on dynamis, and so, like a moth to a flame, she was liable to be drawn to that which could destroy her.
But don't worry, we learn more every time. What places are bad, we'll find stars with life, I'm sure of it.
Despite her recent trauma, Meton retained her enthusiasm, but Hermes' own seemed to have deserted him. How many more of her sisters would be sacrificed for his cause? I don't know, how many? How many times would he have to see her collapse, the life driven from her body? Even if you suffer no lasting harm, I fear I do. We can stop it then. Perhaps we will, and yet, he managed to say before falling silent, hanging his head in shame. In shame! He sighed and opened his eyes, only to see a pair of inquisitive blue ones peering up at his own. Scolding himself for failing to control his emotions, he took a deep breath to regain his composure, and felt a tiny hand on his head. Meton was stroking his hair, the motions exaggerated and awkward.
Have faith, Hermes. We'll get answers, then everyone will be happy. You, me, everyone!
The stroking continued for a good while, before she withdrew her hand, leaving his dark hair an unkempt mess, and his soul somehow comforted. Hermes looked at her and smiled. He returned the favor, giggling in her endearing way. You're right, Meton. We'll find the answers in the distant stars. Then we'll bring change to our own. He rose to his feet to behold the star-speckled sky once more, with hope in his heart for the future. That hope did not last. That's literally what it says. One day, Meton's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and they all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from those in the vicinity, including visiting observers. He later learned that several enclosures had been opened in Thesis Hyperborea, and many creations perished fighting amongst themselves. After delivering this report, his underling suggested that, in his confusion, perhaps Hermes had ought to free them. It seems like something you would do, the man said with a pitying smile. Does it? Knowing it was the likely outcome, would I have been so reckless, so cruel? It would not have been the first time. Hermes curses himself. for sending Meteion forth, for creating her, but most of all, for daring to have doubts. That's not the most of all bit here, buddy. Had he simply thought like everyone else, had he made peace with their morality, he wouldn't have inflicted such pain upon himself and others. I feel like he hasn't learned the lesson here. I feel like he's not realized. Tell yourself what you need to believe, and so they did not resent him, and instead gifted him their cruel acceptance. All will be well, fret not, 'tis but a few days of memories. The creatures can always be remade. The utilitarian logic assailed him, but this time he offered no resistance. He internalized the lie and came to live as others did. When he was officially nominated to the Convocation of the 14, he rose to the occasion and labored for the good of the star to the very end, to the moment reality itself was sundered. Of his desperate struggles, nary a mark remained, or so it seemed, yet be it in the ancient past or the distant future. The yearning for which he sacrificed so much would endure, the fire would rise in those who looked up at the heavens in defiance of oblivion, a desire to confront the answers for which Meteion journeyed, no matter how terrible the truth may be. Okay. And now, a question of death. That was a question of life. Now it's a question of death. And this one is, I think, the future, because we got Euless. Crying at the silence. I don't really have anything to say about that one, to be honest. Not that I haven't already said. I feel like a lot of what was explained in it, a lot of what he was talking about, we've kind of heard already. But yeah. A question of death. What a lovely title. Euless awoke to near darkness. He was but one of many soldiers, young and old, lying in tertium. Every elm of the carriage floor was covered in bedrolls, leaving no room for careless movement, taking care not to disturb the others. He sat up, straining to make out the hands of old... Yeah, Euless, I'll be honest, he was one that I kind of was like, during Garlemald bit, but I did appreciate him a lot more in the patches. I don't know, I found him... Because I know I'm in the minority when I say that the Garlemald bit of Endwalker was a bit trying for me in a lot of ways. But I do think Euless is like... I think Euless ended up being a good character out of it all. And even though I didn't really appreciate him much at all in the main expansion, I did like him a lot more in the patches. But I think that's also just kind of seeing a character outside of just them yelling at you. I think that's what does it too. I think when you see them kind of be a little silly goofy and be, you know, kind of just like hang out, like just be for real. That makes me start to like them a bit more. It's kind of like with Fordola, like I didn't really like Fordola in Stormblood or even in the patches, but I really liked her in the role quest. Was it the melee role quest or was it the magic role quest? I really liked her in that one. I think that was for like that was also Endwalker. That was the role quest in Endwalker. I loved her story there, and it really showed the growth and the character development of her. Like it made everything that she did in Storm. It didn't like erase everything that she did, but it made it mean something, you know? Like she took that pain and everything and she kept it with her. She didn't just like forget about it or anything. Like she took it with her and she changed herself. I really appreciated that they gave us that bit of her, because before that I was a bit like, so they just gave us a backstory and it was like, I guess she did nothing wrong kind of thing. But no, she really took it to heart, and like she wanted to change, and she wanted to make, you know, she wanted to like help the people that she hurt, which I think is, I don't know, that's a difficult thing to do, especially for someone that did the awful shit that she did. And I don't know, I appreciated that. I liked that storyline a lot. Anyway. He was but one of many soldiers, young and old, lying in Tertium, every elm of the carriage floor covered in bedrolls, leaving no room for careless movement. Taking care not to disturb the others, he sat up, straining to make out the hands of the old clock, savaged by who knows what, was hidden somewhere in the gloom. The near edge of dawn, further down, beyond his sleeping fellows, was a wavering blue glow of the cerulean stove. It was not the cold that had roused him from his slumber. We were old friends now, for accepting Ilzabard's contingent proffered aid. His people had little material, and certainly no magic to warm frozen fingers and toes. The exhaustion that often carried him to sleep still failed to prevent him from regularly stirring in the night. Thinking he might pass the time with fresh air at least, he reached down to drag his boots and bag towards him. Conscious of every noise, he dressed stealthily, holding his breath when Publius, that's so hard to say, Publius rolled over next to him. Fortunately, there came no word of complaint. Euless was free to slip out and mull over the events of the previous night in peace. Who named this person Publius? I feel so bad. Anyway, they've been huddled around a lamp in an out-of-the-way corner. It like short-circuited my brain into so many ways. Even after saying it, I was still like, what did I just say? The familiar scent of honey and spices wafting from their cradled mugs. One small comfort afforded by surplus and rations. Conversation had again settled into a lull when Publius broke the silence. I hate this. I thought this person was just going to be asleep and we would have to deal with them again. Oh my god. We might not make it through this one. This might be the make or break.
I may just leave for Charlayan.
The grimacing youth, of an age with Julius, though low in rank, had barely spoken a word all evening. Now that he had, none knew how to respond. It wasn't surprising. Inevitable, really. Survive the Telophoroi in the final days they had. But Garlemald was still in a sorry state. The Emperor was gone. The Senate disbanded. The nations were hesitant to commit to any policy concerning the erstwhile Empire. There had been some hesitant steps towards forming an interim government, but neither Garlemald nor its neighbors had the means to establish one immediately. The provincial leaders were waiting to see which way the wind would blow, welcoming their countrymen home while making no moves to resurrect the Empire themselves. Rumors that this or that province was poised to formally declare independence, or had as good as seceded already, ran rampant. It was only natural to give Garlemald up as a lost cause. Even as some returned to rebuild, others who had been tempered and taken to other nations for treatment petitioned to remain there, and these nations, Charlayan among them, welcomed the refugees with open arms. Though Publius might be the first among present company, he would not be the last to make a new home far from the old. Publius stared into his cup as the moment dragged on. In this nation of the fallen, what was left to say? You should speak with Alphino or Alizé on the morrow. I can't do this. I can't do this. You guys are just listening. I have to say it. I have to read it and then say it out loud. So hard. I'll put you in contact with someone you can trust. Euless ventured. Do I need an assist? I might do. The ever-helpful pair was staying at Camp Broken Glass. Like as not, had plenty to be doing already. He would be remiss not to mention it. I'll do that. With that small gesture, the atmosphere changed. Publius exhaled in relief, and the others were soon offered their own words of encouragement and vows to meet again. Though their drinks had long gone cold, their cheers gave them warmth enough. To our brothers and our homeland. Don't forget his best friend, Bigger Stickers. I hate myself. I'm an adult. I'm an adult. The brisk winds carried away sleep's warm haze as Euless climbed the slopes that led out of the station. Beyond the shaft's angular portal, the weak morning light revealed the stark outline of his reality. The remaining spire of the once shining Palatium Novum stood alone in the city center, amongst homes reduced to steel skeletons and grey rubble. Beyond these unnatural hills loomed the Tower of Babel, grasping for the heavens. Tertium's surrounds had been spared out-and-out obliteration, but were dead all the same. None remained to hurry to work or school, or stagger home after a night on the town. Night on the town? Alright. None remained to clear snow from a... Wait. Is that what they meant? Yeah, that is what they meant. None remained to clear snow from a neighbor's path, or rove helplessly in their dog's wake. The people who had given this place life a few short months ago were gone. How many even had the chance to say goodbye? Euless breathed deep of the frozen air, but though its icy pinpricks grounded him in the present, it was powerless to dispel the long nightmare. The vision endured, implacable, without regard for the dreamers. To the shrewdest of minds and the purest of hearts, fate offered no justice nor justification. Yet you would ask me why that injury should have healed, yet it itched at him now, a scab that bled and bled, threatening to hollow him out from within. Even as he picked at it, his feet carried him forward, better to survey the surrounds for threats, and into the silent city. Oh, this one's long. Unforgiving grey, destruction and loss, all silent as the grave, as if even beasts preferred not to pick through these bones of an empty empire. Not an empty empire, of an empire so early in the morn. A flash of movement caught his eye. A scrap of old newsprint, trapped in the tumble-down debris of a roadside ruin. The last will and testament of someone's breakfast table. Why is something like that line? Why does that get me? Why does something like that get me? Like, the last will and testament of someone's breakfast table. Like, that's so real. Like, I can visualize that so clearly. I hate that. That's actually so sad. It's such a human thing. I think that's it. It's something like, I don't really think about it that much, but you know when someone passes away and nothing really phases you about it. Well, I mean, obviously you get phased, but you don't really, it doesn't sink in until you like pick up a glass that they just drank from or something, and like, you just find an empty glass that they drank from and you're like, oh my god. And then it hits you. It's like, what the fuck? Alright, oh my gosh. I remember this. A special edition distributed on Unity Day several years past. A celebration commemorating Garlemald's founding, the heroes who had labored for the Empire, was always a tremendous affair for residents of the capital, most of whom spent the day reveling. The eldest told stories of meager harvests and desperate clashes as choirs sang old marching songs. Hawkers along the avenue sold food, drinks, traditional adornments from the campi, and the latest Magitech baubles. Naught was more highly anticipated than the military parade, a show of strength and patriotism that never failed to inspire both awe and pride. Countless soldiers and Magitech units moved in time through the city, beating a steady rhythm towards the Imperial Palace, where the Emperor's family stood assembled to receive them. They led us to greatness, we who formed the vanguard of history's grand march forward. His city was the heart of the world, through which flowed blood stronger than steel, a bond between countrymen that would remain unbroken, even should every enemy join together to oppose them. Glory be to Garlemald. The Unity Day described in this print had taken place whilst Euless was in the academy, and marked the last year that the ailing Solus had been in attendance. Though the lead article detailing the events and speeches of the day was in tatters, the accompanying portrait of the imperial family remained. At its center, naturally, was the stern visage of Solus my boy, Solus Galvus. Though still dignified in his old age, the gaze which he fixed upon the reader was more melancholic than proud. Never saw that man smile once. To the Emperor's right stood Titus, second of Solus' son, along with his wife, Aricina, and son, Nerva. Both Titus and his son had a strained look about them, not dissimilar to the younger Solus found in the history books. On his radiance's left was his grandson Varus, the only legacy of the deceased crown prince Lucius. A proud one, too. Varus was tall and broad of shoulder, and his comportment marked him a prime candidate for high legatus even then. His wife and right hand, Carosa, had passed away in her prime, and so he was flanked instead by his mother, Hypatia. Though he departed to join Carosa a mere year after this portrait was taken, he supported Varus's claim to the throne until the very end. And then there was a young man with a faraway look in his eyes, and an air of detachment. Would you be happier had I a good reason? Xenos Ye Galvus, though his anger had cooled since their encounter on the Eblem Rime, Euless nevertheless found himself wrenched back to the present with no little displeasure. His homeland was gone, that much was plain. Even as he clung to the ragged scrap of remembrance, he hadn't known then whence the fervor of the day would lead, but knew well now that it would never be reborn. Even should Garlemald rise from the ashes, its age had ended. And what of us? A new day dawned, and Euless would not suffer his people to remain in the dark. Yet what star were they to follow? Euless shook the paper, folded it neatly, and tucked it in his pocket before leaving the ruin behind. The streets were still and silent, his crunching footsteps the only sound. Playing his role of watchman, he investigated the semi-intact structures he came across, but found little of note. No food or supplies remained, only the detritus of peaceful lives, naught worth saving then or now. A fine layer of ash covered splintered furniture and forgotten trinkets, forming cairns in the gloom. After a time, he arrived at a house he had never explored in his prior wanderings. With the roof torn off and the walls half crumbled, it seemed unlikely to hold anything of value, but he nevertheless picked his way through the frosted rubble that would have once formed the lintel. Once inside, he dusted himself off and took in his surroundings and drew a startled breath. Euless had seen enough death by now to recognize it at a glance. He approached the soldier and knelt to examine his corpse. Though the cold had prevented significant decay, it was clear he had died some time ago. Had it been during the war, the body would have been removed, so he could only be one of the tempered or the victims. The bite and the scratch marks suggested the latter, like the scars my family gave me. He removed the helmet carefully. Not a face he recognized. So probably not a member of the First Legion. Just another poor soul who had escaped the tempering, exhausted the last of his strength, and died anyway. This isn't the person that we played as, is it? For like that brief moment. That was a really good moment, by the way. Euless would offer no gods-bound prayer as an Eorzean might, but nevertheless set the helmet aside to pay his respects. Though the sentiment rang hollow, he silently encouraged the deceased to find peace with his ancestors and watch over his king. Alphino and Alizé claimed the Scions had visited the ethereal sea, where all souls returned. There they were healed of their traumas and washed clean of memories, even should not a single prayer be offered on their behalf. Their deeds in life had no bearing on their place within the relentless machinery of death and rebirth. Made no more difference than Garlemald's vaunted unity had to his ultimate fate. If the twins spoke true, then what meaning was there to any of it? What was life if not another pointless parade? It occurred to him that this was probably not the most respectful place to ruminate on life's worth. My new friend here would certainly have an opinion. He had no tools for a proper burial, but if he could at least make note of the man's name. Alas, there was no identification to be found. Understandably, not a priority for you at this time. His armaments were standard issue and provided no hint either. Although, what have we here? Gently prizing open the corpse's fist revealed the empty case for a Magitech armor identification key. Had it been stolen after his death? That didn't make sense. The thief wouldn't have repositioned the dead man's hand, which had been clutching the thing so desperately, as if in prayer. But if he had reason to hope that a comrade might escape, or that rescue was on the way, then maybe. You gave it away, Euless muttered, as another memory surfaced in his mind. It was summer of the same year as the newsprint he'd found earlier. A friend had insisted he read some poetry collection, and in the spirit of camaraderie, Euless obliged. He had little interest in elegies, often finding them difficult to pass. Me too. But one inscrutable passage had stayed with him. Let this be my final gift to you. In death, my love. In death, we have the power to bequeath the life we might have had, the possibilities and potential to others, to grant them what they need to go on. Also, the poet said, was your key one such gift? My mother, my brother, my sister, would they tell me to accept theirs? Lord Quintus, with his suicide, my comrades whom I failed, my countrymen, gone without a word. Did you leave your lives and your love to me? The dead do not answer, yet the wound within ceases its bleeding for a time. If that is our truth, then let it be our meaning. Let it be the chain which binds us through generations. Live on in me, as I would have in you. Perhaps we may yet live on in others. The dead do not answer, but light shines through the broken ceiling, and Euless follows it to behold a brightened sky. His comrades at Tertium will be waking soon. In apology and gratitude, he offers one last silent prayer to his kinsman ere departing. Be at peace, and know that you are with me. Euless stands and forges ahead into the dawn. Aww. That was sweet. I'm still not over the breakfast table. It does remind me of that moment in Endwalker when the Warrior of Light is forced into the body of a weak soldier, and you feel so weak and helpless, but like it's one of those few moments that you really get to see the perspective of just a normal person that isn't like all powerful or anything, like, you know, just someone just trying to survive. I feel like those little things that remind you of all the normal people in this world are, I don't know, that makes me really sad. Oh, Euless. But you know what time it is? It's time for the final story. For the encore. This one is called Days Gone By, Days Yet to Come. I'm changing this to female. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Oh my god, wait a minute! I just read the first line. Oh my god. Oh my, how careless of our Asm. Thus spoke Hyphelodius, having ambled into his office at the Bureau of the Architect to find a crystal sitting rather conspicuously on a chair reserved for guests. Slipped from a singularly adventurous pocket, no doubt. He marveled at the way the light played on its facets, like the surface of a tranquil lake, and recalled the first visitor he had received that morning. Azim had sought the chief's assistance with the refinement of the 14th in her series of concepts to help ease the burdens of travel, which was contained within the palm-sized crystal. But as was so often the case, the conversation concerning the escapades that inspired said concept's creation had spiraled into a full-blown recounting, leaving Hyphelodius insufficient time to evaluate it before Azim had to hasten to a meeting with the convocation. Hyphelodius was not without his own pressing obligations, formal evaluation of a massive living being concept for one, and had only just returned to the Bureau a moment before. And absent such comforts, how unbearable your wanderings will surely be, he mused aloud as he collected his friend's crystal. Turning to the nearby window, Hyphelodius cast a gaze over the great capital where the convocation gathered and, with a practiced act of will, viewed the world in a different light. While many could feel the flow of ether, only those with experience could perceive its currents with their eyes. Rarer still were those born with the ability to do so as keenly as Hyphelodius, Emmett Selk being another such natural talent. So it was that Hyphelodius effortlessly descried Azim Strand amidst the weave, though he could not be certain of his quarry's exact position at such a distance. He was confident it lay somewhere within the capital. Blinking, he beheld the world as others did once more. Far beyond the panes, the sun was poised to kiss the horizon, and in its ardor, bathed the city streets in rose and gold. The convocation's business would be concluded shortly, making this an ideal moment to deliver the forgotten crystal. His course decided, Hyphelodius departed the bureau, taking only the briefest of moments to mention his plans to the senior secretary. While the industrious soul was accustomed to his superior's carefree nature, he nevertheless attempted to detain him, only to be defeated by the tried and trusted tactic of politely nodding and pretending not to hear. Outside the bureau's doors, Amarot basked in the evening light. Never was a city more magnificent, from the humblest streets to the highest spires. I wish we could see Amarot during the daytime. Hyphelodius' feet carried him up the gentle rise, leading to the institution's grand doors, past which he spied two women he recognized, their cheerful banter and familiar duets. Metron. Oh, that's him. Metron, Logriff. A pleasure as always. I gather the meeting is concluded. Well met, Hythlodeus. It ended but a moment ago, yes, replied Metron, before flashing a knowing smile. I believe they're both still inside. I am indeed a creature of habit. Azim left a concept crystal in my office. With a chuckle and a shrug, Metron turned to make for the Macarensis angle. Logriff offered some parting pleasantries before jogging to catch up. So, Metron, what shall we do this evening? Exactly what we discussed earlier, at length. Ever the forgetful one, aren't you? Hythlodeus could not help but chuckle to himself as he heard their voices fade into general hubbub. Unchanging in their dynamic, be it in labor or leisure. Metron created life to thrive in the sea, Logriff life to thrive upon the terra firma. Hey, wait, these are the gods, right? Neighboring realms, inextricably linked, and as the waves were forever drawn to the shore, so too were the pair inseparable. Hythlodeus enjoyed their warmth, listening until he could hear them no longer, before returning to his task. Not a single speck of dust marred the capital's vast and elegant foyer. Deeper within were two figures engaged in what appeared to be a rather serious discussion, as it was customary for the convocation to debate matters of grave import. With neither mask nor hood to obscure their features, it was plain from their concealed faces that the meeting had only recently ended, and that some points had not been settled to the satisfaction of all. Or perhaps cousins know better than to try to hide their intentions from their own kin. Taking care not to disturb La Habrea and Igurum, Hythlodeus passed through a nearby set of doors and stepped softly as he proceeded down the hall. Shifting his perception of the world, he picked up on Azim's trail once more. Closer now, the garden most like, which means I will need to take the long way around. He recognized another strand of ether. Well, since there is no need to rush, is it a certain someone's? Clasping his hands behind his back, Hythlodeus began to stroll, humming softly as he imagined his next encounter. A short while later, he arrived at the entrance to the convocation's meeting chambers. With impeccable timing, the heavy doors groaned and began to open, allowing a young man of modest stature to emerge. Affixed to his white robe was a red mask like no other. Wait a minute. Good, Elidibus. I thank and commend you for your service on this fine day. Oh, Hythlodeus. As ever, you are too kind. You're looking for Azim and Emexelk. They left not long ago. Truly, our proclivities are known to one and all. Elidibus and Metron were no exception indeed. When Azim or Emexelk visited the bureau of the architect, the staff usually refrained from asking their business and led them straight to Hythlodeus. Only the redoubtable senior secretary and those not long in employment followed protocol to the letter. They're inseparable. After informing Elidibus that he had already deduced Azim's location, Hythlodeus' curiosity compelled him to ask about the cousins' earlier conversation. Were the matters brought before the convocation today particularly thorny? La Habrea and Igurum seem to be at loggerheads. No, I would say the situation is more or less resolved. However, it has been of great concern to La Habrea, contributing to his intermittent attendance of late. I expect Igurum is merely worried for his well-being. I see. What I witnessed was not an argument, but a scolding, then. Even so, I cannot fathom what dreadful crisis could warrant the constant attention of the esteemed La Habrea. Elidibus's pained expression came as a surprise. For one so brilliant to struggle to put his thoughts into words, it must be a delicate situation indeed. I confess, the danger is not inconsiderable. There are aspects I have yet to fully comprehend. He mumbled, averting his gaze. Elizabeth. For a long moment they stood in silence until Elizabeth took a breath and stood a little straighter. But we have gained so much from this episode too. And a new friendship. A wisp of a smile played on his lips. Other blessings as well, descending from the heavens to aid us. A veritable guiding star. There was a faraway look in his eyes, as if reflecting on a half-remembered dream. It seems as if you have fond memories of the affair. Elizabeth blinked. Yes, I believe I do. And I shall cherish them for as long as I live. Resolved to speak no further on the matter, Elizabeth put up his hood and excused himself. Elizabeth! Hylodia thanked him for his time and watched as the emissary strode away, regaining a little more of his composure with every step, until an altogether different man left the capital behind. Curious. With a small shake of his head, Hythodius resumed his relaxed pursuit, sauntering towards the next bend. In that instant, a sable soul came barreling around the corner, and it was Hythodius. It was all Hythodius could do to avoid collision. Who could this one be? Regaining his balance, he turned to ascertain the harried individual's identity, and found himself looking into a pair of jade eyes. I'm so sorry. That was thoughtless, and rude, and inconsiderate of me. And also I'm stumbling over everything. Our new friend Daniel. Having known the man quite well prior to his recent appointment, Hythodius still thought of him as Hermes. Like the other convocation members, he had neglected to raise his hood and don his mask following their meeting, and so his deathly pallor and bags beneath his eyes were impossible to ignore. No need to apologize, my friend. I am quite unharmed. Yet if I may be so blunt, you look all but spent. Have you been neglecting your sleep? I have responsibilities. Things that must be understood. That I must understand. Vague though his reply was, Hermes' reluctance to meet his gaze spoke volumes. Burying himself in his work, just as Emmett Selk said. Such behavior was not unheard for the man, but this episode was notable for its intensity and duration. Though perhaps that is to be expected. Hythodius and Emmett Selk had been dispatched to Elpis to assess the then Chief Overseer's fitness for a seat on the convocation. But their visit had coincided with an accident. Seemingly without warning, a collective of familiars into which Hermes had poured years of effort had grown unstable and spontaneously dissipated, producing a shockwave that in turn triggered the activation of a memory reconfiguration system. In the aftermath, Hythodius and Emmett Selk found they had no recollection of the period following their arrival in Elpis. They don't even know. They don't even know. They don't know what is to come. That made me so sad. I forgot about that. I forgot that they forgot. While undoubtedly inconvenient, Hythodius had taken the episode in stride. It soon became a topic for amusing anecdotes among the staff, but not Hermes. I killed her. Murdered her, he lamented, a passing strange sentiment Hythodius had never heard anyone utter of a familiar. As if it had been stripped of the wings he so often conferred upon his concepts, he could never again bring himself to make another flying creation. Ever since, embracing his duties as Fandaniel, Hermes had spent his every waking moment conducting observation and study of extant phenomena. Far be it from me to deter you from your chosen pursuit, but might you consider taking a moment to rest? Or eat, even? I would be happy to bring you a snack. Hythodius is like everyone's mum. I feel like he just wants to take care of everyone. What a guy. Do you have any particular preferences? A favorite fruit, perhaps? Something you might enjoy? Brute? Hermes shrank, his eyes quivering as he stared through Hythodius, lost and searching. I don't know. Then I fear your fatigue has reached an alarming level. Then again, I don't have any strong preferences myself, for it is the pleasure of good company from which I derive the most nourishment. Oh my god. If I would move the implacable Emet-Selch to Shortle, I might just devour my own mask. Hey, Clodius, why are you like this? The corner of the dispirited man's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Progress! Hythodius pressed the attack, this time more directly. My friend, what moves you to devote yourself so wholly to your work? I should like to think there is no problem so impenetrable that one of your considerate talents would need to sacrifice his health to solve. His question was met with silence, as Hermes again withdrew into himself to search for an answer. Adrift in a starless sea, grappling with a dilemma all his own, alone. Emerging at last, he whispered, "We can but go on." Hythodius regarded him carefully. May I ask what you mean? I can't explain it, but I know not what awaits, of what becomes of us. Yet we live. We are here and alive, and because of that I feel what we must. We must keep moving. Adrift in a starless sea, gasping for air as the currents threaten to pull him under. There is a truth here. He does not see it. He senses its presence and flails desperately to understand, even as the words tumble from his mouth. As Emet-Selch was the keeper of the ethereal realm, Van Daniel was his counterpart for the physical. The affairs of the living were naturally of primary concern to him. But are these mere philosophical musings, or something more? Hythodius held his tongue while he pondered the curious words. With a start, Hermes realized his outpouring, his trauma dumping, and elicited no response and mumbled a reflexive apology. Sorry, that was, your concern is much appreciated, Hythodius. I think I shall heed your advice and retire to my quarters for some rest. A wise decision. Emet-Selch said the other day, and I quote, if he is determined to keel over where he stands, he might at least carry a cushion. Failing to fight back an embarrassed grimace, Hermes thanked him again and went on his way. Though he appeared to slow his steps to mitigate the risk of crashing into unexpected passerbys, Hythodius noted that he nevertheless brushed against the wall several times as he stumbled out of sight. May your nap be a long one. The hunt recommenced. Hythodius walked on, drawing ever closer to the garden. Just to be certain, he adjusted his perspective once more. Ha! Azim's thread endured, dancing in the air before his eyes. His pace quickened as he strode into the garden. Much like the larger spaces of Anagnorisis, the humble sanctuary was plainly the beneficiary of constant care and affection. While surrounded by corridors, it offered an unobstructed view of the sky, meaning a traveler eager to get underway could call upon a familiar to carry them heavensward in a trice. I suppose I should not be surprised. Azim was gone. Second familiar thread of ether terminated at a loitering Emet-Selch, who was craning his neck and gazing into the distance. In the privacy of this moment, his oft-furrowed brow was relaxed, and oft-down-turned lips threatened to curl into something disconcertingly genuine. It's moments like these that I love Emmett even more. It's moments like these. I dare say your smile is never so sincere as when you see Asimov. No sooner had the words been spoken, the dour curtain fell. So precious and ephemeral, your unguarded expression. I'm gonna die. I can't. So precious and ephemeral, your unguarded expression. I love him so much. I love Emmett so much. Okay. Save for that one exception. You're rarely seen without your customary scowl, unless there are fools to mock. I presume you did not seek me out solely to etch new lines upon my forehead. Sure enough, the skin above Emet-Selk's eyes was forming impressive canyons of annoyance. Hythodius glided to his side and attempted to retrace the path of his earlier gaze, a heartbeat before it vanished. He managed to make out the shape of Azim. There was nothing left to see, yet he kept watch. It's a compliment. I find your smile quite charming, and only wish you would grace us with it more often. There was nothing left to see, yet he kept watch. Oh, I read that twice. Now who's mocking who? But I will admit, I find these occasions rousing, invigorating even. To be present as our friend embarks on another journey with no destination and say, "Go forth and seek discovery," or some such. Yes, and... So formidable was Emet-Selk's glower that it could compel almighty gods to cower in shame. Hythodius, however, was unperturbed, having consorted with the indomitable figure since childhood, two troublemaking brats born with ether sight. It was their long-standing association that guaranteed Emet-Selk knew his playful jests were simply that, and that Hythodius need only wait patiently for honesty to triumph over pride. And I take comfort in the knowledge that whatever tribulations she may face, she will overcome. That whatever the future may hold, it will be livelier for her part in it. Hythodius could not contain his laughter. Our friend, the force of nature. Well said, well said. He sputtered before succumbing to amusement once more. Emet-Selk sighed in exasperation and muttered a few words of reproach. They were as leaves in the wind, a musical rustling that warmed the cockles of his heart. And now, in the boundless sky where our friend sought infinite possibilities, I see only death. No! No! What the fuck? You can't just do that to me! That's not fair! That's not right. There are no lands untouched by the final days, not even Amarot, over which the heavens now burned. Hythodius, please! Emet-Selk had found him, after some effort, judging from his breathless, disheveled state. You mustn't. With your wisdom and skill, surely you could do more for our people if you remained. I was wise enough to recruit others who surpassed me in every respect. Enough will survive me to ensure our work can continue. It hadn't been a concern voiced on behalf of the Amarotines. Better to pretend otherwise, though. To forestall the final days, the will of the star would be given shape and form. An offering of life unprecedented in scale would be required. The convocation themselves had called for willing participants, and so Emet-Selk was in no position to deny any right to volunteer. He could but dance around the unspeakable request and clench his fists in frustration when refused. Hythodius was not a fighter. It was a pragmatic choice to sacrifice himself, to be reduced to ether, and serve as fuel for the great summoning. Hythodius did not fear this. He understood death and the terror with which had come to grip many when it grew near. But that understanding only emboldened him to embrace it. Once, he would have died to perpetuate the cycle. Now, he would die to preserve a myriad lives that might yet be saved. Even so, it pained him deeply to see Emet-Selk reduced to such a state. Though he knew full well he was not the sole cause of his distress. Azim has not forsaken us. She follows her heart, as she ever has, and seeks to defy this fate in her own way. Don't you think I know that? There is no time, Hythodius. We need solutions, now. We have a duty to the star. The words were a guttural howl. So terrible was his fury, he who held out hope for Azim's return longer than any. He whose anger and frustration and pain I see writ plain in his pleading eyes. He who has ever been constant and true, who I am proud to call my dearest friend. You are right, Emet-Selch. You are right. That is why I must place my faith in the Convocation's plan. The hour of Zodiac's summoning was at hand. He speaks again, but there is nothing left to say. I raise my hand in apology and farewell, and I leave him behind. I do not turn to look. I remember a garden, and a sky, and a man, and it is enough. It is enough. It ends, and yet it goes on. How capricious fate and tenacious Vinat to see two souls at the edge of the universe fall to the stage once more. Thus did Hythodius and Emet-Selch find themselves in the presence of the inheritor of Azim's legacy. Thus did mankind issue its answer to the question born on the wings of oblivion. And thus did we wield the power to create. Duty at last fulfilled, Emet-Selch took a bow, departing not with hackneyed platitudes, but a challenge to the traveler to go forth and seek discovery, adding with the most precious and ephemeral of expressions, I certainly did. I remember a garden, and a sky, and a man. The excitement and expectation in his eyes, the pride in his breast, the unwavering faith in his heart, the joy in his lips as he wished Azim well on her journey. Thus ends the encore. The players exit to take their place among the dead. The living board their marble ship, that they may be ferried back to where they belong. We surrender to the gentle currents that call us home. Long awaited, yet sudden and surprising still. From shimmering waters beyond the beyond, the multitude raise their voice in song. Welcome, welcome. In unison, in celebration, the day is won. It ends and it goes on. Beside me, his eyes are closed, his ears bent to the distant gaiety. In the privacy of this moment, he smiles, for all that we had and all that they will. I do not know the shape of his pain, nor how it shaped him into the man he became, but I know that when man first tasted loneliness and fear, bitterness and despair, he shared in their torment. And now as we are called to sleep, he beams, and I know it is because of you. Thank you. He lifts his head to gaze into the waters. He gives me a final grin and a kind word, and he closes his eyes. O star, two weary travelers are returning. We are thee, and thou art us, flesh and soul and memory to unravel and entwine with thy flow, to weave anew and cast upon the shore. One day, I imagine that day, and my pulse quickens, as does yours, does it not, Hades? Thus does life return to life, and beneath the dreaming eyelids, our final fantasy goes on. They said the thing! And I have to share you this picture. It's so... Oops. Look at it! Oops. What a trip! I'm so glad that we got that. I can't believe it. They made a whole art and everything for it. That story. The fact that they gave us that simple moment of Hythodius catching Emmett Silk smiling and like, just silly friend stuff. And then they cut to like the end of times and Emmett Smelly smiling one more time to say farewell to Hythodius. Because he knew that what Hythodius wanted more than anything was for his sacrifice to bring happiness to everyone else. And that what he wanted nothing more than was to see Emmett smile. You can't see it, but she's crying. She's crying. Yeah, the bit about him not being a warrior, so he was a happy sacrifice. What the fuck? Okay, that's enough story time. That's enough story time from me. I can't. We're done. We're done. It's over. I will never get them out of my head. At the same time, I feel like it's best to like leave it at like those sort of instances. Because they hit really hard. Okay, we can put the Endwalker trailer on. And then we're done. Wait, Endwalker? We've already seen that. The Dawn Trail one. Dawn Trail. Trailer. Endwalker trailer again! You know, I haven't seen the full, have I seen? I haven't, we'll put them both on, because I don't think I've seen the new, the full pre-rendered one either. Have I? Maybe I have. We'll watch it again, because I don't remember. I don't remember if I have or haven't. Whoa, there we go. Did I? I don't remember, so we're gonna do it again.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities.
Someone did not mix this well because I cannot hear him.
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
I can't hear them speaking at all.
Aaronville!
Oh my god, the pores on this man. I don't remember this. I don't remember this. I watched like, I feel like I watched one part of it. Maybe I did actually. I didn't know. Hey! Oh, I thought it was the weird bird thing. Never mind. See, he is gonna be hanging around, but like in the swamp. He did the thing! See, it's so cute seeing them all kind of like split apart doing their own thing. I love it. Look at us, we're tomb raiding! Tomb raiding. Look at us being mysterious. Oh my god, it's custard apples! I love custard apples! I don't remember this at all. I did not watch this. I don't remember this. Oh! Oh, course I had to do all flashy like. What?
Weewolf.
There he is.
Might you have
Him-
a moment to speak further?
Him and his little treasure hunt. What are the dads even doing? Meanwhile, not kidding.
Show me the picto.
I love how Yoshipi said that he made that class for the Kirito lovers. Oh, there we go! Yes! I'm so excited. I still have no idea how that class actually works, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. Huh? That's a lot of fog. See, I've not seen this trailer at all.
There. Look, my friends.
Alfie.
Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
You and your adventures. I trust you have not forgotten the true purpose of our voyage.
At last, we are come to the land you
She's
call the
so
New
cute. One final push, computy. One final push, computy. Don't crash on me now. Oh, that's when we get this shot. Soon. Oh, nice. There's any more here? Yeah. That's gonna be something to look forward to. And we've got this one. What's the difference between this and that? Is there much difference?
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
This one has spoilers. I'm not watching this one then. You can just, I'll just skip through. Wow, cool. Okay. I'm gonna go through the game anyway. I don't need to see these. Yay! And next time, when we have time, oopsies. When we have time, we'll play that. But that's later on. That's not right now. Because I've got other things to play for now. I got Buster Fellows. Buster Fellows to definitely not play. Definitely not playing that ever on Twitch. That's not happening. Anyway. No Buster Fellows here. We're not busting any fellows. Anyway. We have things to do now. At 11 p.m. at night. We got things to do. I'm gonna go grab a pizza. Good luck and farewell, everybody. my girl is so cute. I think I know it's gonna be like I need to make like an outfit, but I kind of like this outfit. It's so basic, but I think it's really cute. And with the backpack and everything, I'm gonna keep that backpack on the entire expansion. Mark my words. You can quote me right now. This backpack, she's gonna wear this for the entire expansion. I don't care what happens, she's wearing this. She's going on an adventure, and girly needs all of her shit to go on an adventure. So this is happening.
And now, I shall bid you farewell.
Oops.